It
A
seems
little, because I'm going to hit the CEO up to see if he'll let me have access to it for one of my
Yeah.
classes.
Welcome to Zero Trust World 2025. CyberRisk TV is here recording live from the Caribe Hotel in Orlando, Florida. I'm your host, Adrian Sanabria, and joining me to help kick off our coverage of the conference today is Dr. Doug White.
Yay!
How you doing, Doug?
I demanded to be here because I insisted that they let me prove that you were real, because I don't think I'd ever seen you in person. I've seen you so many times on camera, but you know.
I'm not just a virtual avatar. Yeah.
No, I touched him earlier and stuck him with a pin and all that, and yeah, the whole thing. Yeah.
And I hope it is the Caribe Hotel. I'm assuming that's how you pronounce it.
The Caribe Royale.
The Caribe Royale.
I guess, I don't know. I'm terrible at pronouncing things. I always get it wrong, and then everybody's like, "No, it's pronounced throat warbler mangrove." And you're like, "Oh, okay." I just was reading it off the sign.
Very nice hotel. Very impressive conference.
Yeah, I'd never been here. I'd never been to this hotel before. We used to do a lot of conferences in Orlando, but I hadn't been to this one ever. So it's very nice. Yeah, it's a huge conference center. They got a big pool, and of course, at my house, it was like 20 degrees Fahrenheit when I left, and it was like
so you didn't bring a bathing
Arctic
suit. You didn't even think to.
I didn't even think about that.
Yeah, I didn't either.
Although I think there's actually like a state law about me being in bathing suits in this state. It's not allowed. That happened once, and then there was just this whole thing, and so it was like no more.
Yeah. Yeah, there's snow on the ground at home for me in East Tennessee as well, and it didn't even occur to me that it might be swimming temperatures down here.
Yeah, it didn't.
It's probably not. It's probably not. It's probably very cold.
Yeah, when my wife was asking me all the questions about, do you have this and do you have that, and I was like, yeah, no, I haven't. That didn't come up.
Yeah.
Of course, it typically won't, because it's just like most of my shirtless outfits we leave at home. That's just
probably for the best. Probably for the best.
I've heard that, but we're always willing to give it a shot.
So there's a lot going on here at this conference. In fact, a few things already happened yesterday. In addition to a welcome reception, they had a Cyber Hero certification boot camp.
Yeah, they did.
And then the certification exam appears to be in the mornings.
No, they have it like 3 or 4 times. So there's like,
oh, do they?
Yeah, they keep repeating it so that you have a chance to take it when it's convenient for you.
Yeah, so I'm interested to learn more about that Cyber Hero certification exam.
Well, I was reading about it because I honestly had not heard of it. And then I saw it and I was like, I wonder what this is. And I actually teach an intrusion detection class. And then I got really interested because it was like, well, if I could add that to my class. So I've got to talk to ThreatLocker. Like, I know you guys are here somewhere, but it basically it's focused on I think the setup, configuration, and so forth of ThreatLocker for enterprise environments. So I'm quite interested in that, because if I could use that material in a class, it would be useful for my students. So call me.
Yeah, and we've seen other products do that in the past, and it seems a good way to build a pipeline of people that know your product, know your brand.
We did that with X-Ways.
Yeah.
We did it with FTK. We've done it with other products later that came around. Cisco was really big on that, because we're like a Cisco Academy, so they give us all their free stuff and we get to use that. And then guess what? When the kids graduate from school and go, I'd like to work at a Cisco shop, please.
I still have a functional X-Ways license somewhere, but it's for a version you are really old. It's I don't know if it'll still run on a modern computer at this point.
It's like maybe in ways or something back then. Before they got more.
Before they got to the X.
Yeah. I do like that product. So but there's a lot of stuff today. I think my only complaint was that there was so many things at the same time that it was kind of like,
there are.
There's a lot of cool stuff.
There's different tracks.
But I kind of want to do these because one of the ones I was interested in was endpoint risk for Linux.
Yeah,
and
I saw that.
I mean, I use a lot of Linux in different contexts, and not a lot of them. I mean, I don't support enterprise or anything like that, but we do a lot of stuff for classes and things like that. And there's always been that.
Should clarify your role, like at the university.
I'm a professor. I'm a professor of cybersecurity at Roger Williams University, as well as being the host of the Security Weekly News. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Notice that hasn't been mentioned yet.
I
mean, we do have
Yeah.
But so I'm a professor. I teach all kinds of different stuff. I teach Cisco. I teach intrusion detection. I teach forensics. I teach compliance. wait till you get assigned to teach compliance. It's like not everybody's desired role. It's kind of like back when they used to make people teach systems analysis and design, and it was like, okay, who do we hate the most? You're getting the SDLC class, but I was thinking about Linux, and we always sort of don't think about that being an endpoint risk, but I think it actually is. It's more of one than it used to be.
Yeah, they have info stealers for Linux even.
Yeah, I mean, and it's a huge, and people use it. People set it up and run it in virtual machines, and and so Macs are the same way, and we just don't spend as much time on that. And there was a couple of like Windows Active Directory ones that I may go sit in on because I used to support more Active Directory stuff than I do now. But
just turned 25 day before yesterday.
I really like that for supporting my needs because I had lots of students who were using my labs when I had all my labs, and we had to have a way to authenticate users. We had to have a way to manage, privilege, and it was a very low risk environment because the academic environment just for students. They don't. I mean, if they take the whole thing out, I just rebuild it over the weekend and we'll be fine. It's not like most of your problems. Yeah. But that stuff interested me. They have tons of stuff though, although they have a fireside chat this afternoon, and at the moment I'm not feeling very firesidey.
Oh yeah? No? Well, too warm?
Yeah, there's like sweat running down my face. So I'm like, it's more like maybe like a chat on an ice floe or something would be a good idea.
I think it's a metaphor.
Yeah, I think it's a metaphor too, because I've been to lots of fireside chats where there was no fire, there was no side. It was just but
I'd be alarmed if there were. Yeah.
Well, it's just I saw that was the first thing I saw. It was like 1:30 in the afternoon in Orlando, Florida, at 100% humidity. Let's have a fireside chat. Yeah. It was like the campfire they drag you to when you're in like a little kid and you go out on one of those camping trips with some group, and they're like, let's have a fire, and it's like, I'm dying here. Like, no, I don't want a fire. Like, are there wild animals we need to be worried about? But anyway.
So in addition, you mentioned the labs that you do, and they've got quite a few labs here as well. Yeah. There's a Metasploit lab. There's a couple. There's intro and advanced rubber ducky labs.
That's really popular. I mean, when that thing first came out, I mean, I know a lot of my students were going to we used to have a sponsor to take students to DEF CON. And my students really got into rubber ducky because they had it at DEF CON and they went to a lab on it. So I think a lot of people are very interested in that. And those kind of labs are fun. And I think cons should always have like interesting, fun labs too, as well as like really dead serious.
Yeah. Yeah, not just talk. So it's one of the things that's interesting here. You've got labs, certifications, keynotes, talks, hands-on stuff.
Yeah, they pretty much got everything. So I think you could stay really, really busy, and they had good food too. So that's what all that noise is, and if you can hear the background, it's like we're in the ballroom of this. But I was interested in the Metasploit lab because we use that in an intrusion detection class as well, and so Metasploit and Security Onion and things like that. So again, I think. And I think for a lot of like enterprise people, it's good to go to technical labs. And one thing I'm always encouraging CISOs, and I do like several different groups that do CISOs, and I'm always trying to tell them, go to some of these tech things. Even if they're beneath you or they're intro level, because you learn things from that, you get ideas from that. And I think it's dangerous to get too far away from the keyboard. Yeah, I've always thought that about management because
and put away the phone for a bit.
Yeah, But I'm like, don't lose your keyboard. And I mean, stay. Some managers never were coders or whatever. But I really like to see people that I'm not asking you to do day to day, but I mean, keep your hand on it, and I think you'll be better. So go to some of these labs and things, and that'll probably be pretty nice. They had a zero trust one too about incident response. So there were several that I would go to that were all at the same time. So,
and some interesting keynotes too. Are you going to check out any of the keynotes?
I'm sure I will. Was there a keynote today?
Oh yeah. There's Uncovering CyberRisk is the name of it. Doesn't tell you a whole lot from the title, but it's apparently somebody from LulzSec, an anonymous, with the guy that busted him.
Yeah, we were looking at that earlier. So me and Mandy were looking at that from the name we can't pronounce, Monsegur or something like that. Yeah, no, I was going to go to that because
Hector Monsegur. Yeah,
I was talking about how years ago when LulzSec was such a big deal, I got like almost kicked off a stage because I was saying the name of LulzSec, and they didn't want the company had banned anybody saying it because apparently LulzSec said anybody that said their name they were coming after them, and
oh really?
The HR people got all worked up and said don't say this, and I said it, and they were like, you know, and it was, I was like, wow, that was the least offensive thing I've ever said on camera. And now they're kind of like, I can't win here. Like,
yeah, so it's going to be interesting. Like the law enforcement Chris Tarbell,
I think. I don't know. And again, I never pronounce it right. And then
I don't know if they're interviewing each other or like how this is going to go, but
I was thinking
certainly
it
looks
might be a chat. I mean, I figure he was looking for them because everybody was looking for them for a while.
And this is forever ago now. This happened. He got busted in 2011.
Yeah, which
that was before Snowden.
Yeah, it was a long time.
Before the pandemic.
Yeah, I remember the champagne glass and the guy with the monocle.
Yeah,
Lulsec it was such a big deal back then. So, I mean, there's tons of those things here, and I mean those are usually really appealing. I mean, I remember I was at a DEF CON one time, and the Cult of the Dead Cow people were going to be there, and you couldn't even get near the ballroom. It was just literally like people were all jammed up out. That was like one of the first ones they ever had in Vegas or something, and So you might want to get there early if it may be crowded. I'm not sure, but they probably have a big space here.
Yeah. And then we've got the Grand Illusion looks really interesting. So it's like an afternoon keynote at 1:50. And the initial line is the cybersecurity market is fundamentally flawed.
Yeah.
So at a vendor conference with vendors here,
vendors are not.
Vendors are messing up here. So that's Dr. Chase Cunningham, which I know his name from somewhere. I'm not sure where I know his name from. I don't know if he was at Gartner, but it says VP Security Market Research G2. And hopefully I can catch some of these. I'm doing interviews during some of them, but that's one that I want to check
you'll
out.
know more about it by then. And Dangers of Shadow IT was another one that I saw that I liked. I wasn't exactly sure what that all meant, but I decided it might be interesting to find out. And the one it was exploiting Active Directory was this afternoon. I was interested in that. I thought and harden Windows servers and secure Active Directory I think would be useful for a lot of people because I've done a lot of things where we were looking at Active Directory for various.
I thought it would be gone by now. But there's really nothing to rease it with.
No, there's not. I mean,
except maybe Jump Cloud, but only in smaller companies.
I mean, even in cloud. I mean, I'm not a huge Microsoft fan. So, sorry, Microsoft, but please invite me to your conference. You do give a good conference. One of the things I was thinking that it might die was sort of basically the idea like Novell. Novell refused to adapt. And they died.
Yeah.
And I wondered if Active Directory would be able to expand into this like now expanding gas cloud that is the cloud. And they really seem to have done a really good job with that because you can go through Azure and put in Active Directory instances in Azure that now virtually manage this entire cloud. So you can literally have a domain controller that's sitting in the cloud that touches all your operations worldwide. And I don't know if that all goes through private VLANs, but however you're VLANing that into all those different cloud holes, basically it has been adapted such that it will do that. And I mean, for all its flaws, and it is the only thing out there that I've seen that operates like that. I know there's other approaches, but that one, if you're using Microsoft, that one is the approach.
And some of the other big ones like Okta is starting to get close to a lot of the functionality there. But still, because everything is so Windows-based and it's baked into Windows, it's really hard to displace.
I mean, it's just even from a training perspective, because like you said, it's baked into Windows. Windows was designed to use Active Directory, so they have a big advantage over anybody else trying to get in on that, and that means they can control it, and probably will for the foreseeable future.
I was actually shocked that it's only 25 years old. It feels like I've been dealing with
older.
Active Directory.
Yeah, it's like I was there 3,000 years ago.
But I guess it was Windows 2000. It was originally shipped with Windows 2000.
That was when we first started seeing it. I will say it was a mess when it first came out. I tried to implement it, and again, I had the luxury of being able to implement things in sort of like controlled environments where they did not, the world isn't going to end if it's all a big mess. But basically, it was kind of a mess.
Yeah.
I mean, it was very difficult. Today, it seems a lot more doable. The only thing I would say about it is that it's so complex.
Yeah.
That's sort of a threat in and of itself.
Which is why we got several talks on it.
Well, I'm surprised there's not even, whole conferences, and there may well be just for that, because it is just a very complex environment that is going to be around for a while. I mean, like it or hate it, it's going to be something you have to deal with if you're Microsoft shop, I think, for the foreseeable future.
Death taxes and Active Directory.
Yes, exactly.
All right, thanks for helping me out. Kick off the day here, Mr. Doug, Dr. Doug.
Well, you have fun,
Professor
Adrian.
Doug.
Thanks for having me, Adrian. I love attention, so it was great to get to be here, and I hope you have fun. And I'm just going to go, observe. So that
sounds good.
Yeah.
And make sure you visit securityweekly.com/ZTW for today's live stream schedule and coverage, tomorrow's schedule, and other content as we release it related to Zero Trust World 2025. All right. Thanks again. Okay. This was a lot of fun.
All right. Thanks a lot. We'll see you.
Hello and welcome to Zero Trust World 2025. CyberRiskTV is here, recording live from the Caribe Royale in Orlando, Florida. I'm your host, Adrian Sanabria, and joining me for our next interview is Seamus Lennon, VP of Operations EMEA at ThreatLocker. How are you doing, Seamus?
Good. Thanks for having me on.
Yeah, so it's this is my first time at Zero Trust World. I wasn't aware of this before a few months ago, but what an operation.
Yeah.
I love the structure of the conference, the fact that you've got, it's not just talks.
No.
You've got certification that you're doing. You've got labs, so there's hands-on stuff. Some really interesting looking keynotes. Quite the conference.
Yeah, we don't really call it a conference as such, because a conference is people just speaking to you and you sit there and listen. We classify it as a multi-day cybersecurity educational event.
Yeah.
And that's what it is. Because we offer the labs and we offer all of the insights to hacking labs and everything else, people can learn from it and learn how to implement what we call Zero Trust.
Yeah, excellent stuff. Speaking of Zero Trust, right there in the name, there's a lot to talk about with Zero Trust. But from your perspective, how important has it been in mitigating risk? Like, it seems like the principle of least privilege, which is what I think of when I think Zero Trust, that idea has been around for a long time. And, I think it took a couple of decades before somebody really got more specific about it. Okay, like this is what it looks like when you apply it to systems and networks and things like that.
Yeah, and look, the principle of Zero Trust has been around for a long time. So if you take something like application allow listing, it's been around for decades.
Yeah.
The issue with application allow listing, it was always time consuming and tedious to implement and maintain and keep on top of. So a lot of organizations just wouldn't implement it. It just took up too much time. So we've evolved, and ThreatLocker offers obviously application allow listing, which is done in an easy, manageable fashion. And once it's easy and manageable, then people can adopt it. So the true principle of Zero Trust, as you say, is least privilege. So it's least privilege not just at the endpoint, but as users using applications and what they can and cannot do. So, and that's how we sort of mitigate the risks. So it's about knowing what you run in your environment and then control that. So risk is obviously about having controls in place and then accepting what you cannot control.
Yeah.
But if you can control pretty much everything,
or being planned for.
Yeah, or
planning for what you
plan
can
for
do.
that risk. Yes, and accept that risk. And that's it. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a really good point. I often say there's a lot of good ideas in security that kind of get burned and discarded just because maybe they were implemented badly. Maybe vendors went in the wrong direction with it. It wasn't that like NAC, for example, is another example here where not a bad idea, but unless you have a plan for how you're going to implement it enterprise-wide, it becomes this kind of niche thing just for the wireless or just for the guest network or something like that. And that's kind of what happened to allow listing, is it became something you'd use on a kiosk PC or a payment terminal, never a developer's PC or an engineer's PC.
Never. You can't lock down a developer's PC because they're God.
Yeah.
So,
and they're the ones getting hacked.
And they're always the ones
they
getting
have all the keys to the kingdom.
Time and time again. And we see that all the time. But you're right. Applying that in a controlled manner across the organization, again, has been always typically difficult. So, but if you think about it logically, what connects the networks? It's endpoints.
Yeah.
So if you just take the simple principle of locking down the endpoint, because realistically, that's the path of least resistance. So as an attacker getting into an organization, they're not going to go after the main infrastructure. They're going to go after users. Because that's the way in. It's the easy way in. If you can lock down that device, regardless, well then you're stopping that movement. Yeah. So.
I do a lot of advisory work with enterprises, with defenders, and a lot of vulnerability management. So one of the things I want to talk about is reducing risk from the software here. And I don't know if this is something you've noticed as well, but I was on a call with an organization the other day, and they're still using spreadsheets. They're pulling stuff out into spreadsheets, still doing vulnerability management in Excel. And I was like, why don't you just share your screen? Let me look at some of the data that you're dealing with. Because it was a typical call where it's overwhelming. There's too much. We're having trouble prioritizing. And you can clearly see from the name of the asset that it was a web server, but CUPS is installed and running. Like, why do you have printer software on your web servers?
Yeah.
And the answer is because Red Hat Enterprise Linux, this is just what comes with the default.
Yeah.
They've done no hardening, haven't removed any unused or unnecessary software. So of course their vulnerability management is a nightmare because they've got everything installed.
Yeah.
So is that something you see a lot? Is that kind of a step you go through with customers where, before we get into allow listings a lot easier if you remove all that unnecessary stuff?
100%. So, great part of our solution is we utilize what we call a learning mode. So we learn what runs on the environment. Now, that's great, but like you say, there's all these pre-built-in applications that users just don't need, servers don't need, but they're there already. So what we can do is we can do a look-back period and say, right, if something hasn't executed in 6 weeks, chances are it's not needed. Get rid of it. Take the controls away, stop it from ever executing in the environment. So again, and the funny thing is about vulnerability management software is obviously when that spreads out around the network, it's scanning every port, looking for those vulnerabilities against those ports and identify those ports. We use what we call network control to lock down access to only devices that need access to the ports and services.
Right.
So we were saying it's object-based policy. So I had a customer of mine, and they were going through this red team test. And as part of that red team test, they had to go through the vulnerability management. So what happened was the company came in, they plugged the device into the network, and they did a full scan. They said, look, we'll be back in 2 weeks. We'll have a full vulnerability report. It'll be very extensive, very, very extensive. 2 weeks later, they came back with 2 sheets with the name of the devices, and that was it. Network control had locked down access to every single port.
Yeah.
Now, what he said to the actual IT director was, you guys must be cheating. We must be on the wrong network. He's like, no, that's just the way it should be. So zero trust is obviously even at the port level, only allowing what needs to run. So regardless of what vulnerabilities are on the devices, nobody can actually take advantage of those vulnerabilities because they can't see them. So, and look, vulnerabilities are always going to be there. You're never going to be 100% secure. There's always going to be a hole somewhere in a certain piece of software. But if you can control the software and control the access to that software, you can sort of secure that environment as well.
It's kind of a no-brainer principle because less and less do we have local assets that we need to get to. Like everybody kind of dumps on free Wi-Fi or coffee shop Wi-Fi as super dangerous. But almost every, I used to systematically try and scan those networks when I was on them, just to see how people would configure them. And in 99.9% of cases, they've ticked that box that says client isolation, which means you get on the coffee shop Wi-Fi, you can get to the internet. That's it.
That's it.
You can't talk to anybody else because there's no need to. Like, there's not a local printer at the coffee shop you're printing to. There's not a local file server that you're connecting to. There's no need for any of that. So, in a way, coffee shops adopted zero trust first.
They did. Well, most of them did. But the other side of that is, like, if you think about as a result of COVID, most people went into a remote working. And still today, it's a hybrid workforce. Most people are working at home on a home broadband connection, which doesn't have the same security level that an office network would have. And if you
but that's part of your corporate network now.
But that's it. and what you're doing is you're VPNing into that corporate network and exposing it. But here's the funny thing. When we talk about vulnerabilities, it's not just vulnerabilities in endpoints, but it's vulnerabilities in everything. So, I mean, if you think about a home broadband connection, IoT. Smart TVs, Wi-Fi enabled fridges, freezers, you name it. All of those IoT devices are potential access to your network. Potential access to your device, which is potential access to your corporate network. And that's where we always say it's the path of least resistance. So, I mean, most home users are not going to go patching their fridge or patching this and patching everything. They just don't. So, and again, it's sort of that way in as well.
Yeah, it's interesting how those two worlds have collided. And speaking of all those consumer IoT devices, I think supply chain is another challenge here, where it's not necessarily even installed packages in a lot of these cases. And we see the attackers have realized the benefit of going after supply chain because instead of having to target a single organization, now if I target an NPM package, something a developer is going to download and incorporate into whatever application they're building, I can hit everybody that uses that one package.
Exactly. Like, was it last year or the year before, we seen 3CX, the voice over IP service. That update was intercepted through that supply chain attack. So instead of the actual software updating, it pushed out a ransomware to the voice. SolarWinds Orion, that was probably one of the most notorious one.
Yeah.
You know, and a lot of government agencies use SolarWinds Orion, but again, that was, you know, pushed out a false update to attack ransomware. And so they know, rather than attacking individual users, go after the main ones. And supply chain risk is a huge risk. But again, when we're talking about supply chain, like, how do we mitigate against supply chain risks?
Yeah.
Well, again, apply the principles of zero trust, which is least privilege. So, okay, I have an application running on my device. What does that application need to do?
Exactly.
What data does it need to access? What other applications does it need to interact with? What network or internet connections does it need to access? And by applying those zero trust policies and principles to the applications themselves. So if, in the case of SolarWinds Orion, basically what happened was, when that patch came out, it went off to a site in New Jersey, I believe it was,
right,
to download that payload. Well, if you had said SolarWinds can run on my device, but it can only reach out to SolarWinds,
right,
that's it.
Exactly.
It's not going to happen. So again, it's applying those principles as well.
Yeah, we find in a lot of these cases that companies that are really focused on locking down outbound privileges, outbound network privileges, like with Log4j as well, with Log4Shell. Who cares if the exploit can get in? But if your servers shouldn't be able to browse to anywhere on the internet,
exactly,
right? They should be locked down to just what they need.
Yeah. And that's what most organizations say. Well, look, I've no outbound connections or outbound ports open on my servers. I mean, Exchange vulnerability. You know, 2016 Exchange vulnerability, you could inject directly into IIS, scripts for it to execute. We did come across this with one of our clients where a batch file had tried to execute on the Exchange server. Now, obviously we're applying zero trust to that, so when it tried to execute, it got blocked and denied. The IT admins got alerted that it got blocked and denied. So basically they took that batch script and then executed it in a controlled manner, and it just caused havoc. It caused havoc. Yeah. Basically, in the Exchange server, it replaced the Outlook address book to a actual payload.
Oh, wow.
So every time somebody opened up Outlook, it would download the new global address book, but instead of doing that, it was actually downloading the payload.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
I'm not familiar with that one.
Yeah. Very simple, very easy. Yeah. But again, that was a vulnerability within Exchange. Yeah. Now look, there's certain things you can block outbound access, but if you're using an on-premise Exchange server, how is anybody on a remote device able to access it? It has to have that connection.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah.
I mean, it's some of these are tough. Exchange, an Exchange vulnerability or set of Exchange vulnerabilities shut down one of Rackspace's entire business lines.
Yeah.
Their whole Exchange hosting business with over 10,000 customers, they just moved them all over to Microsoft 365. Yeah, we're done.
Yeah. And that is the
let Microsoft deal with this.
Yeah, it's their problem, not ours. Yeah. And look, as I say, there's always going to be risks in supply chain. You know that way. And when you think about risks and vulnerabilities, like if you go back to, let's say, WannaCry 2017, that was the Eternal Blue vulnerability, which was the most,
which is still hanging out there.
Most notorious ransomware. It was hidden there for a while. Nobody knew about the vulnerability. But once it got out, that was it. Now, in 2017, if you look at CVEs that were recorded that year, there was like 14,000 CVEs.
Yeah.
Okay. Fast forward to 2024, there's 40,000 CVEs.
Yeah.
So although companies have adopted like secure development and being security aware, even in the development cycle, there's still a huge amount of vulnerabilities out there. So.
And that's a great point. So I talk about this, again, with this advisory I do with enterprises, I talk about this constantly about how you should be thinking about broad mitigations that are going to prevent those vulnerabilities from being exploited before you even know they exist.
Yeah.
So again, like outbound controls, not allowing systems to talk to anywhere, not allowing, shutting down ports of software that's not being used. A lot of what you guys are doing are these
controlling the applications themselves.
This is almost part of vulnerability management in a way.
Yeah, it's a very simple when you think about it, the methodology. But once you apply it, you're literally mitigating against 90% of the risks that are out there.
Yeah. Well, thank you for joining us today, Seamus. I've enjoyed this conversation. Yeah. I learned about a new Exchange vulnerability I was never aware of. That was really interesting. And to access all the CyberRisk TV content from Zero Trust World 2025, you can visit securityweekly.com/ZTW. And stick around. We'll be back in a bit with more interviews.
Thanks
again,
much.
Seamus.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hello and welcome to Zero Trust World 2025. CyberRiskTV is here, recording live from the Caribe Royale in Orlando, Florida. I'm your host, Adrian Sanabria, and joining me for our next interview is Ryan Bowman, VP of Solution Engineering at ThreatLocker. Welcome, Ryan. How are you doing?
Great. Thanks for having me. Glad to be here with you today.
So my first question, what is solution engineering? Help me understand that term.
That's a good question. So our solutions engineers are the ones who help our customers, first of all, understand what ThreatLocker does, how our solution protects them from a cybersecurity perspective. But then we also, those that come on board as partners, we also continue on and make sure that they know how to properly implement and manage the solution. So many organizations have sales engineers, so that's part of our solutions engineering role,
right.
But we don't hand them off after the sale. And that's why we went with solutions engineer as the title. So customer success. Yeah, we have maybe a bit of a longer POC process than some organizations might put you through, because we really want you to help understand what the solution does for you before you make that decision. That
you're doing a lot more than other solutions do. Yeah.
And so rather than hand you off to somebody who's going to then onboard you, who now has to start at square one and doesn't know anything about you,
right.
We just allow our engineers to kind of continue through that process, help them successfully onboard and understand how to manage the solution.
And I understand, is that what the certification I've been seeing is about as well, the Cyber Hero?
Yeah, that's a certification we offer to our customers to kind of validate their expertise in managing the ThreatLocker solution. So it's open to everyone. Of course, we put our own staff through something very similar, before they begin to offer support and things like that. But it's an opportunity for those administrators who are managing the solution for their organizations to kind of get that validation that they understand how the solution works and how to implement it.
Gotcha. All right, so also want to talk about Shadow IT today. So Shadow IT has been, I think the first time I heard the term was maybe when Dropbox became big. All of a sudden there's this cloud-based solution and all your corporate files were zipping off into something, somewhere.
Right.
So this, the idea of shared responsibility didn't exist yet. AWS was brand new, I think around the same time that Dropbox first came out. And I remember I was working for a large payment processor at that time, and I'm usually the problem. So it was interesting that I was in security building the policies and things like that, because I'm always the guy trying out the latest thing for the new time. If you look at my password manager, there's 1,400 items in it. I create accounts on all the things, I try out all the things, so I'm kind of, I understand the problem more than most.
Yeah, and you bring up Dropbox, and that's still one of the key elements that I see as one of the risks associated with Shadow IT is, if you don't know where your data is, then you can't protect it, which is one of your core responsibilities. It may not be backed up. If employees are putting company data on, say, a personal, whether it's Dropbox or Google or OneDrive or wherever you want to put it, if it's outside of the scope of what the IT department is managing, then that data is gone.
Yeah.
The employee leaves the company, they still have your data. There's no way for you to claw that back. And so, that remains, what started out of those first, cloud storage platforms kind of started creating this problem, and it's still a problem today. And then now it's not just Dropbox, there's 20 or more probably opportunities you have to put data in places that are probably outside the scope of what IT is aware of.
Yeah. Yeah, now we have to worry about AI training on data, right? And, data is still very much, I think, front and center. I used to, when I was an industry analyst at 451 Research, I predicted data security would be the last thing that we'd really fully go after, because it was such a hard problem. Because the moment you put any controls around the data itself, I need to share something with someone. Okay, now you need to install this thing. And once you've finished installing that, I'll give you the passphrase and you can unlock it or decrypt it or whatever. It's just really cumbersome, adds a lot of friction. So it's a tough one, data security.
Yeah, and that's one of the things that we talk about too, is kind of the initiator, or some of the reasons that we have Shadow IT is because of what you just described. The mechanisms that organizations sometimes give their users to accomplish their tasks, quite frankly, isn't good enough, right?
Yeah.
Do you really expect that an employee is going to go through a 10-step process to get a file to somebody when they could just send them a OneDrive link from their personal OneDrive? Like, they do this so easy at home every day, and then when they get to work, it's so hard. And so there, obviously I understand the IT perspective of that too, and the security perspective of how they need to protect their data. But there has to be some kind of a balance there. We're sometimes not forcing, but nudging perhaps people into shadow IT because the options we've given them just quite frankly aren't good enough.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's tough because the market's constantly changing. I'm sure some percentage of those things, those 1,400 items in my password database, those products probably don't exist anymore.
Yeah.
They've probably been shut down. I can just remove those out of there. And typically some of my favorite products, often Google, right, shutting things down. But if we zoom out a little bit, not just talk about data, but talk about applications, is there a more structured way to allow people to go after shadow IT, or to kind of funnel them into a conversation with IT, so that you can kind of tackle this stuff as it comes up?
Yeah, I mean, apologize. Yeah, for sure. And I think that's kind of part of the bridge that we need to build, right, between the IT, security, and those end users to be able to create solutions that are going to work for everybody. Giving them the applications that they need to be efficient and effective in their job, making it easy to get those and to use those. And again, quite often, while restrictions are important, if we're too restrictive, we're nudging people away from the process, which I think is a bridge that needs to be built between those different departments and work together, right? Instead of just no, you're going to do it my way, even though it's really hard. Let's talk about what's hard, and let's see if we can come up with a better solution.
Yeah. Yeah, and integration is another big piece of that as well, right? It's a lot of different ways so maybe we can talk a little bit about how do you discover that you have a shadow IT problem in the first place. Yeah, I think every product that I see that tries to tackle shadow IT, that first component is discovery. How are you going to find it?
Yeah, I mean, and that's one of the things that ThreatLocker really can help with. When you deploy our agent, we do a discovery process. We show you what applications people are using. We show you what data they're touching, how they're touching the data. And so when you look at that data and you say, I've got 3, 4, 5 programs that all essentially do the same thing that are used within my organization, that's a complexity, that's an integration challenge more than likely. When I work with you, I get a OneDrive link. When I work with somebody else, I get a Google link. And when I work with somebody else, I get a Dropbox link. Like, the more of those things we throw at people, the more complex their job becomes. And so when teams try to interact and work together and nobody's doing it the same because we've all chosen our own piece of software of choice, that obviously complicates those integration pieces. So ThreatLocker then obviously allows you to put those controls in place and say, well, no, you're actually only going to use this piece of software. This is our software of choice. It's a control mechanism. You try to run something that's not permitted, you're just simply not allowed to do it.
Yeah.
Now they can, of course, users can request. You can change those policies, but really putting control in place is how you stop. Figure out what's going on first of all, and then put controls in place to only allow what it is that you've given them permission to do.
Yeah. And I think it helps that a lot of these organizations have made it, I think in early days, some of these products, you have to install the product to get the file, and now it's pretty easy with most of them where it's just a web page and you can download the file directly. Like, it's optional. Yes, you could have an account and you could put this file in your account if you don't want to download it to your local PC. But at least it's an option. Some of these vendors are giving us options where, no, I don't have to install the piece of software to decrypt the files or to, get access to the thing that we're collaborating on.
Yeah, and that's a control mechanism as well, right? For sake of example, if OneDrive, Microsoft's OneDrive is your file cloud storage of choice, then what business reason is there for your users to go to Google Drive?
Yeah.
There's probably not. There probably shouldn't be, and so block it.
Yeah.
You know, if you can't get there, you can't log in, you can't upload files. So again, it comes back to that control. I mean, policies are great, but we know how that works, right? I mean, 80, 90, if you have a great organization, if people will follow policy.
Yeah, if they read it.
If they read it, if they even know what the policy is.
It's kind of like terms of service.
But yeah,
you scroll to the bottom, say, yeah,
I won't do anything stupid, and so, you know, you have to put the controls in place or it's going to happen. And then you have to have a mechanism that tells you what's actually happening to help you kind of drive those decisions.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's, you know, what are some of the risks you're seeing out there with it in terms of, like I know there's a lot of organizations I'm talking to. I advise a lot of enterprises, you know, and you know, DeepSeek led to a bunch of calls that I've been fielding. And, yeah, you know, generally security teams being bombarded, they're asking me for this now, you know, like how do I respond to this? How do I lock this down? How do I, you know, what are some of the challenges you're seeing in terms of, you know, because not all of this are software applications, right?
Yeah.
Like, you know, a lot of people are confused, like, what is DeepSeek? Okay, it's a SaaS service and an iPhone app and a model that you can download onto your system that doesn't have any executable code in it, you know, and it's you know, you look at the news, it's kind of confusing, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think education is a big part of a lot of these things. And you can't solve everything through educating because, again, some people aren't listening, some people don't care. They just want to do what they want to do. They don't really care about everything else that's behind it. But I think there's a large group of people who, when you educate them on why it is that we're not just throwing all of our proprietary company data into an AI engine. Like, there's a reason we don't want to do that. And you expose some of those things, a certain amount of people are going to take to that and kind of maybe accept some trade-offs with that. It's kind of like the, you know, the security awareness training that people have been pumping up for years. It works for some people because they care and they're invested. Other people just aren't going to get it.
Yeah. Agree.
And then you've got sure. I watched the video.
Let me use the thing.
And then that's where, again, that's where the controls come into place. Is to do your best to restrict the ability for them to do those things that they're not permitted to do.
So before we wrap up, maybe chat a little bit about exception handling. Like there's always going to be the exceptions. Like, we said no Google Drive, but you know, maybe the PR team or the marketing team, you know, they're working with an agency and the agency only uses, you know, you have some of these situations you have to make exceptions for. So like how do you handle those kinds of situations?
Yeah, and that's where the granular level of control, you know, comes into play. So it doesn't have to be one size fits all. Yeah, you're going to have maybe marketing who does things a little bit different. You're going to have the IT people who are allowed to do things that not everybody else is allowed to do because of the nature of their job. So yeah, the ability to break down those controls, not just company-wide where one size fits all, but by groups, departments, even down to the individual level. You know, the CEO always wants special exceptions. And so when you put those control mechanisms in place...
Most dangerous exceptions.
Yeah, right. Yeah, the ones they should never have, but they want anyways.
Yeah.
But you have to be able to do that granularly, and ThreatLocker does enable you to do that all the way down to the individual computer or user, even for a time period.
Oh, wow.
You need Dropbox because you're working on a project for the next month. Well, all right, I'm going to let you use Dropbox for the next month, and then it's going to go away again so I don't forget.
So that's a great point. Like when I share to anyone with the link, oftentimes it's because we've got a meeting coming up, you know, so incredibly important for me to share this file for that meeting. The moment the meeting is done and over with, it should just be unshared. Like I should have an option not to share this thing with everyone or use this program for, like the app that I'm using for this conference. I would love to be able to say, you know, just delete it after the conference is done. I'm never going to have a need for the ThreatLocker 2025 app after this conference is done. Like, why don't I have that option more often?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, the inability to do that is what creates most of the holes that you encounter. One of the most common things that we see from an MDR team is 3389 being open to the internet for remote access, right?
Yeah. RDP.
People will swear up and down they do not have 33 open to the internet. And we're like, yeah, but I see an active connection. So do you want to argue about, you know, it's reality. but they don't know it. It's not gross negligence. It's not that they intentionally did something that was insecure. It was somebody opened it up, probably for a maintenance window or something like that, and they needed it for an hour.
Forgot about it.
And they forgot to turn it back off.
Proof of concept.
Yeah, testing, whatever. Oh, now we're going to roll live. Oh, I forgot I have that open. Like, those kinds of details just get forgotten. So the ability to set an expiration to an exception right out of the gate is huge.
That's huge.
Because odds are, particularly if it's a month, 3 months, you're going to forget.
Yeah.
But if you can set that right out of the gate, gets extended, get denied, okay, I'll give you another month. Is better than, I've never forgot to turn that off and I've had this security hole exposed for 6 months.
Yeah, so many companies get bit by that. Yeah, it just fell through the cracks.
Yeah.
Well, thank you so much, Ryan. Great conversation. Love that you brought the time aspect into it. That is huge. And to access all the CyberRisk TV content from Zero Trust World 2025, you can visit securityweekly.com/ZTW and stick around. We'll be back in a bit with more interviews. Thanks again, Ryan.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah. Hello and welcome to Zero Trust World 2025. CyberRiskTV is here, recording live from the Caribe Royale in Orlando, Florida. I'm your host, Adrian Sanabria, and joining me for our next interview is Eoin McGrath, Solutions Engineer at ThreatLocker EMEA. Welcome, Eoin. How are you?
Nice to meet you, Adrian. I'm doing really well. Delighted to be in Florida. The weather is so much nicer here.
Yeah, it's even East Tennessee. I looked at our cameras at our house, and it snowed.
Oh wow!
Right after we left. So it's we've got snow on the ground there. So big change for us too.
I'd say so.
Yeah. All right. So solutions engineer. Tell me a little bit about what that role is like at ThreatLocker.
Well, we take our partners from the initial demonstration of the product right the way through to a successful implementation of our Zero Trust endpoint solution. So, if you become a partner with ThreatLocker, you'll have me or a member of my team. They're going to be with you all the way through the process. So it's actually a really, really great job. You see the ins and outs of lots of diverse companies. You get to meet loads of really cool people. So yeah, definitely a really great job. I'd recommend it to anybody.
Yeah, and so what we want to talk about today is securing access to cloud services and data in the cloud as well. Yeah.
So that's a massively broad question. The cloud is huge, it's enormous. Mm-hmm. And as your viewers might be able to tell by my accent, I'm from the EU. So immediately when we start thinking about our cloud data, we have to think about data sovereignty. It's a really important question for people in the US to make sure that their data stays in the US. Likewise for people in the EU or the Middle East. If we're in Switzerland, our data can't leave Switzerland. Yeah. If we're in the EU, can't leave the EU. Likewise in
Germany's a big
Saudi
stickler.
Arabia.
Yeah.
Oh yes, all of these places you have to consider that data sovereignty before you even start thinking about the practicalities of, are my access policies configured correctly? Is all of the appropriate authentication in place? Are my object services exposed? So it's a really big area to concentrate on, but if you take it in small chunks, if you understand the fundamentals of what those cloud services are doing and the fundamentals of what your vendors are offering, you're going to be able to make steps to make sure that your data remains secure and that no unauthorized access can happen to your cloud services and to your cloud data.
So what are some of the tools or processes that you go through to figure some of that out? Because I imagine a lot of organizations think they understand how their data flows through the environments and how things work, but then in if you go and look at it, you're like, no, actually.
So again, to understand the nature of how that data has been stored, some cloud data is basically a glorified SMB. It's just something that, you connect to using, 20, 25-year-old protocols. Other things are, fairly complex object stores that form part of a chain of a web application. Number one, you need to understand that. If you're using a simple cloud file share, you need to audit the access the same way you'd audit access to that share in a Windows environment to make sure that there isn't any, overly broad permissions out there. Ensure MFA is enabled. Very basic things can help you make sure that that's allowed. Then when it comes to your object stores, this is where things start to get really complex and things start to get really fun because, the sheer complexity of managing those objects, can be mind-blowing. People, and again, like what happens in Active Directory, people say, oh, we'll just have a global allow there, and that object then is suddenly accessible to all of the other processes that are out there in your cloud store. So you really need to make sure that you audit all of that access really accurately. Most of the CSPs are going to have, pretty good services to let you go and audit what's happening there. And when you're defining the access for those objects, do it at the start. Don't leave it as an afterthought to, oh, we should apply some security here. I think a problem that a misconception that a lot of people have about the cloud is that it's fundamentally secure. Mm-hmm. They think, right. Oh yes, we're purchasing a service from Google or from Microsoft or from Oracle. They're going to look after all of that for us. Mm-hmm. But if you set your passwords to be password 123,
yeah,
you're in just as much trouble as you would have been if it was done on an SMB share. So really, if we roll back to fundamentals, I think that's the key to making sure all of those cloud items are going to be secured. Then another area that people tend to kind of overlook when it comes to cloud data is a nature of an awful lot of the cloud services that you're going to be using is, it's just in time. The CSPs are going to deallocate storage, based off requirements or parameters that you might set. You need to be fully aware of what happens when that data gets deallocated. Where is that deallocated data going? Coming back to our cloud sovereignty, coming back to our data sovereignty things, most of the is the warehouse storage in the US or is it in the EU? That needs to be taken into mind. And when something gets deleted, is it a hard delete? Is it a soft delete and things like that? So we need to be aware of situations like that.
Yeah. We just talked about. I forget the name of the organization that discovered this. But it was shown to be quite active in a lot of ransomware campaigns where they were using the bring your own key feature in AWS to encrypt the company's S3 contents. Yes. And then, it's a very much a classic ransomware case where,
of course,
we've encrypted your stuff and now...
And you think, it's on S3, it must be secure. Do you have an immutable backup of that data? Right. Are you able to restore?
And is that backup also in S3?
Of course. And have you, have you done your due diligence with those backups? Have you made sure that in a disaster recovery scenario that you're able to recover that data and put it into the appropriate place? Hopefully it won't happen to any of, the big providers, but should a CSP become sanctioned or something like that, how easy is it to get that data out of that service? There's a lot of almost political considerations that need to be taken with your cloud data as well.
Yeah, I saw a case not too long ago, somebody posting about it, and I forget which cloud provider it was, but somebody couldn't get their website data out. Like their account had been shut down for some reason. They tried to appeal it, and the appeal was denied, and that was it. Maybe the Wayback Machine, they can scrape
perhaps,
some of their...
and we hear all of these. We hear all of these horror stories of of streamers and things like that, where their account gets compromised or blocked for no reason. It's your livelihood with that data that's there in those services. So you need to be really, really aware of who has access to it, what potential laws might be applied to all of those things as well. So it's not something to be taken lightly. Oh, there's a special offer on some cloud storage, let's go with that cheapest option. You might be better off to stick with the valid and more well-known actors in that space as well.
And just to clarify on something you said earlier, you were differentiating between, like Windows-style file shares, things that employees would be using, and what you called object storage. So is that kind of like you're talking about like application assets, like you might store in Akamai or a Fastly or
correct?
Or
So
AWS?
these are items. They're essentially it's your data, but it's abstracted out to an object that your application, and if you publish it, your partner's applications might connect to over an API. We need to make sure that those APIs are secured. We need to make sure that all of that access that gets into the system is there. If you had a poorly written write API into some of your cloud data, that's opening you to a denial of service attack, and it's potentially opening you to massive costs as well from the data being uploaded to the cloud services as well. So there's so many things that we need to make sure we're securing.
And another new attack I saw the other day, again from researchers, was like a S3 bucket, like subdomain takeover style thing, where when you use an S3 bucket and you name it, AWS gives you like a CNAME.
Yes.
So be like mystuff.aws.whatever.s3.aws. Yes. And a lot of people still had web assets pointing to buckets that no longer existed. Mm-hmm. And as long as that bucket doesn't exist, anybody can register that name
and
then replace that PDF with .exe malware.
Yeah. And then back to the point of when data is deleted or data is deallocated, you need to understand what the procedures are for those particular services. You know, Microsoft and Google and indeed Amazon, they provide really good documentation.
Yeah.
I don't know if I'm allowed
Only
to.
if you read it.
Indeed.
It only works if you read it.
As with all these things, but once you become aware of an attack like you mentioned, if somebody is able to, you know, recycle those locations that you have out there, suddenly you've become a hoster of malware, which is, you know, really dangerous reputationally, and, you know, it's not something you want your company to be associated with.
Yeah, and it's kind of an abstraction that we never had to worry about in the past. You know, but now that everything is very distributed and we're using things like the cloud, we're not only worried about our data, but the pointers that we created to that data.
And to come back to a more kind of mundane example that I would deal with day to day in my solutions engineering work, if we're dealing with a classic client-server application that relies on the cloud to push updates out, if the company goes out of business, you know, if a domain name gets hijacked, you know, what was once softwarecompany.com now will try to download some malware. That's a potential risk that people are exposing themselves to by using, you know, software that relies on the cloud. So you can check out some pretty cool ThreatLocker technologies that will help you with that. So ring fencing will stop scenarios like that from occurring. So again, the cloud is a massively nebulous thing. Is it just the cloud? Is it client-server applications communicating with the cloud? Is it your end users, you know, uploading or downloading data from there? We need to be able to map out what all of those links are, what the potential risks are, and, you know, kind of have that audit, have that overview, and have that knowledge of where our data is, what it's doing, and what people can do with it or without it.
Yeah, and I wonder, like, how do you deal with this problem on both sides? You know, like in this review that these researchers did, you know, they found stuff where, looking at it, you would think surely nobody's still running that old version of that software. You know, and once they set up that S3 bucket and they claimed the name, hundreds of thousands are still getting.
Of course, of course. And likewise, you know, as we all know, moving everything to the cloud isn't that cure-all that, you know, that old, you know, moving that old server to the cloud or moving that old data share to the cloud. The problem still remains. If there's PII in that data that you've moved to the cloud, you better hope that, you know, your security standards are accurate for that. You know, if there is a location where there is a, you know, a known hole or a known breach or something like that, you better hope that moving these things to the cloud aren't going to resolve those particular issues either. So really, I think that my takeaway is, while the cloud storage and services are absolutely awesome, they still have the same inherent risks that we have in a client-server environment, and probably more risks just due to the very fact
they enable us to do it at scale.
That they're actually in the cloud and they can do it at scale, and it's out there looking at the wide world of the internet. And we all know every other day there's a new CVE or a new potential exploit out there that we need to be aware of.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, so just securing. So, you know, I think one of the challenges here is, you know, how do you architect your employees' use of these services, right? You know, and it seems like one of the takeaways I took from that is, okay, maybe we shouldn't point people at the S3 bucket name. Maybe we should have our own custom DNS name.
Absolutely.
So it's kind of like thinking about the life cycle of an application.
Yeah, we want to abstract these things. You want to make sure that it is absolute least privilege. You know, you don't want your employees to be able to write directly to your S3 bucket. So let's abstract that out via an API where, you know, that data can be cleansed, examined, and, you know, put into your bucket, rather than, you know, opening the fire hose and letting all of that data just, you know, directly rush into the environment. So again, we need to be clever and we need to think about just what we're doing. You know, it isn't as straightforward as copying something to a file server. It is going out over the internet, so you need to make sure that all of the appropriate encryption protocols are used, that your data at rest and in transit is being encrypted. Now, most of these things we can rely on the internet to do, but for legacy applications or custom applications that might be in play, there's going to be additional steps involved in scenarios like that.
Yeah, for sure. Well, Eoin, thank you so much for joining me today. It's a very interesting conversation.
It was really nice to talk to you.
Yeah.
Okay.
To access all the CyberRisk TV content from Zero Trust World 2025, visit securityweekly.com/ZTW and stick around. We'll be back in a bit with some more interviews. Thank you so much.
Okay,
Eoin.
my pleasure. Thank you.
Hello and welcome to Zero Trust World 2025. CyberRiskTV is here recording live from the Caribe Royale in Orlando, Florida. I'm your host, Adrian Sanabria, and joining me for our next interview is Emile Barakat. You're the solutions engineer, and we've been talking to some folks in the EU and covering the EMEA area. You cover a different area.
Yeah, that's right. The Asia Pacific region, down under. Yeah, we're hubbed out of Australia.
Well, welcome onto the show.
Thank you, Adrian.
Going to talk a little bit about, I've noticed over the last couple of years a lot of stuff coming out of the Australian government in particular. We have a news segment on my podcast. I do Enterprise Security Weekly, and it's not uncommon to see Australian regulations covered on our show, because in a lot of cases, we tend to co-opt these things, right? Like, okay, do they have any ideas that we've missed? Are they covering this in a different way that's somehow useful to us? So there's kind of this, a lot of businesses are global anyway, right. So to some extent, you have to understand these things and cover these things and crosswalk them, I think is the term, when you trying to say, okay, how much is shared between the PCI payment card regulation and maybe the Essential 8, right? So tell us a little bit, about the, what cybersecurity is like in Australia at the moment. It seems like there's a lot of focus on it.
Definitely. I think, as years go by, the computer landscape is changing, but changing in a way where it's becoming a bigger threat landscape for organizations and consumers alike. There's a heavy focus on securing assets, and as a result, frameworks have been introduced in Australia to assist and guide companies in achieving that additional layer or level of security. And to your earlier point, the internet is universal. Yeah. Frameworks are universal. Borders. There's no borders. There's nothing stopping an organization within Australia adopting a framework that's predominantly used in the US, for instance. Yeah. Right? When we look at indicators of compromise, us at ThreatLocker, we've got policy lists that we model on MITRE ATT&CK framework, CISA alerts, and those are very relevant to organizations all over the world and, of course, in Australia. Right, so it's really no different. Unfortunately, we're seeing attacks occur that make the news, they make the media, and it could be due to the industry in which that organisation is in, or it could simply just be the fact that they have a large logo or a well-known logo, and therefore it makes the news. But what concerns us and what we're seeing every day is the number of organisations that are getting hit that don't make the news, right? Because you don't have to be a large organisation for that compromise to affect you and affect you badly, right? Take away your business potentially.
Yeah, and there's so many incidents now that they can't all make the news anymore. It's unfortunately become so frequent. It's and there, a few bad ones. Occasionally we'll talk about stuff down there, like I think the Red Cross was a particularly bad one a couple years ago in Australia. But yeah, it seems like, and particularly here right now, one of the industries that we've, I think maybe neglected and haven't enforced enough regulations on, telecoms. And you're very familiar with telecoms. That we've got a big problem with telecoms here. I think one of the details I saw come out, as we're looking into Salt Typhoon and what they're doing in used telecoms, is that you only needed to compromise one administrator's account to get access to like 150,000 pieces of infrastructure.
Yep.
Like that's not zero trust.
No, not at all. And zero trust needs to be zero trust, not just on one machine, but on all your computer assets and servers alike. Because it just takes sort of one loophole into an environment, and before you know it, you could be completely compromised and you're in a very bad state of hurt.
Yeah.
Okay. So, we're certainly assisting customers down under in achieving the compliance frameworks that they're aiming for. So we've got a great security stack, a tool set that can assist them on that journey in achieving the framework that they desire. Now, Essential 8 is certainly a hot topic down under, and that was born out of the SOCI Act back in 2017, the Security of Critical Infrastructure. So there are 155 ISM controls of the Essential 8 across 3 maturity levels.
Right.
And they range across application control, user application hardening, patching operating systems, patching applications for vulnerabilities, and then you've also got multi-factor authentication, you've got the configuration of Microsoft Office macros, regular backups, and of course, restricting admin privileges. So the idea of the Australian government is that if you can, I guess, plug the holes and utilise those various ISM controls in order to achieve and deliver that outcome, that you're going to be in a greater position to protect yourself against vulnerabilities and attacks. Now, this framework is not only focused or leveraged by customers in those industries, so critical infrastructure. We're seeing both enterprises and managed service providers that manage various different smaller customers adopt that framework.
Right.
Some of them will do it as the bee's knees. That's all they want. They're happy with that. Others will do it as a starting starting or building the foundation and then building upon that thereafter, right? So there is a lot happening.
You need some kind of map, right?
Well, that's right.
To go after this stuff. I don't know if this is, you said across 3 maturity models. Yep. So, there is some prioritization, it sounds like, to do that. Because a lot of these, you've got one control that says asset management.
Yep.
Says you need to have an asset database of all your software and hardware assets. Well, let's break that problem down a little bit into maybe smaller pieces. Let's get Windows done.
Yes.
And then move to all the IoT devices, maybe.
Correct.
It's not really an achievable task to try and do that all at once. And when are you done? Like I've heard CISOs say, if our asset management, if our CMDB is 80% of what we have, I'm pretty happy with that. Because getting that other 20%, I'm not sure if that's worth the effort it takes to get there.
Yeah, and look, it's something that's going to get constantly reevaluated, every so often, annually or even twice a year, but certainly something annually. And then you'll bring in pen testers, and they'll continuously try and penetrate your environment, your network, just to make sure that things are in check. So, it's no different to what we're seeing elsewhere in the world. But as I said, there's a heavy focus. And last year, the Australian government brought out a mandatory requirement to report ransom payments that you make.
Oh, interesting.
Right, and it is interesting because the thing there is, based on what the Australian Signals Directorate reported in 23-24, we saw 11% of security incidents reported were ransomware, and that was up about 3% from the previous year.
Yeah.
And so if you are in security, if you're in that critical infrastructure industry, okay, that SOCI related industry, or if you are an Australian business that generates more than $3 million revenue per annum, you are required to report ransomware payments. The issue with ransomware payments is multifold, but mainly that you could potentially make a ransomware payment that could inadvertently lead to some breach of some other law, such as anti-money laundering.
Right, yeah.
Right? So that's where you're kind of like...
Or anti-terrorism, right?
Correct. So it's very difficult to determine, okay, well, am I making that payment because the idea in my mind is I'm getting my data back or I'm getting that decryption key and everything's going to be fine? But then what's the flow-on effect of making that payment? So you're kind of really stuck in a difficult situation there because you don't know where that money's going.
Yeah.
And you might know later on downstream, but by then it's too late.
Yeah.
So what we at ThreatLocker are focused on, as per what Danny said in the introduction this morning, is we're focused on changing the paradigm of cybersecurity from default allow to default deny. And what we offer here at ThreatLocker does an amazing job at assisting the businesses in Australia in addressing much of that Essential 8 framework.
Yeah.
Right? And that's just, we didn't build it for that. It just happened to fit nicely.
Right, right.
What we offer, that is, yeah.
Yeah, and it's interesting. We were talking before we went live here about kind of reevaluating all these controls we've come up with, because 10, 15, 20 years ago, before we got hit with ransomware 10,000 times collectively, we thought, this seems like a good control. This seems like a good idea. Yeah, let's make this a requirement. Now that's a requirement. And now we're seeing it tested. Now we're seeing it, beat up and, in the field, stand up to some of these events or fail in the face of some of these events. And I think it's an opportunity to reevaluate and say, okay, which of these is actually helping us? Which of these is actually preventing attacks or notifying us of attacks or helping us avoid those attacks in the first place? Again, zero trust is this broad mitigation that can take so many types of attacks off the table. Like we were talking earlier about, vulnerability management is very, very difficult. We cannot patch software quicker than attackers can put together exploits and run those exploits out. So the answer is, what can we do to make exploiting vulnerabilities more difficult, even if we don't know what they are? And
zero trust.
A lot of this zero trust stuff just takes a lot of stuff off the table.
Yeah, and it's not just a buzzword when it comes to what we do at ThreatLocker. Like, we are the most effective solution at helping clients achieve zero trust. It's a $170 billion industry globally, cybersecurity, and we're seeing like almost a 20% year-on-year growth. There are so many cybersecurity solutions out there, and they're great, but you want to really be...
Are they though?
I'm trying to be nice,
that breach line is also going up at the same rate that the revenue line is going up.
I was trying to be kind, and I didn't want to be too biased, but the reality
I'm just pointing out a fact.
And I appreciate that, because it plays nicely into what I want to say next, in that, the way that ThreatLocker is introduced into a client's security stack could almost make whatever else they're using or running not obsolete, but it could, potentially get them to reconsider, what it is they're using and whether or not they truly need it, especially with the expansion of our product stack across our suite. But we just do allow listing, for example, just so good. I was just talking to a customer yesterday and said, I didn't even know ThreatLocker was running on my machine. It was secured and I wouldn't even know. Everything was just working beautifully, right?
Yeah, and it's, again, something we talked about earlier is allow listing had a big push about 15 years ago. And it's, it wasn't the idea that was bad, it was the implementation.
Yes, that's right.
It's a lot of these products are kind of rushed to market without thinking, how much of a nightmare management-wise are we making here? So there's, now that we've got this resurgence, I think, in this area, particularly led by you guys, we've taken this good idea and made it more doable. Like NAC was never a bad idea. Network access control was never a terrible idea. But it requires you to integrate with so many things, and there need to be standards, and ended up being so difficult to implement. A lot of people just used it on their wireless networks, or just used it for their guest network, or their contractor machines, or something like that. So it's exciting to see these good ideas brought back to life.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and look, most often when I'm talking to customers and we explain the model to them, they'll say, oh, that's like the firewall model. I'm like, exactly. Deny everything by default and only allow what you need to run in the environment. I mean, the scary thing is the fileless malware, the living off the land attacks, exploiting PowerShell and other applications that come built into Windows.
TeamViewer.
Exactly. Those vendor vulnerabilities and turning them against you. Like, what I push here at ThreatLocker as a small example, but yet with a very large effectiveness, is the ability to schedule an application to be permitted, and then outside the hours when you need it, to block it from running, because hackers don't sleep, even though you might, right?
I love this idea of it not being a binary decision. Like, again, something we talked about earlier today was maybe I only need, so this app, this Zero Trust World app I have on my phone, I'm not going to need it next week.
That's right. Yeah.
Like, why can't I tell my iPhone, remove this after the conference is done?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah, I get it.
It's just going to hang out here on my phone.
Yeah. Yeah. No, you're not wrong. You're 100% right. And that's the thing. It's again, it's changing the paradigm, shifting the mindset. You know, people will come to us sort of terrified almost. They know they want to embark on this journey of allow listing. They don't know or feel that it's going to work, and they just need to engage with us, and you know, we make it really easy, and before you know it, they're comfortable, and it's better than what they ever imagined, right? Yeah, getting their environments in check. Yeah.
It's great to hear, because we need it. A lot of other things aren't working.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Yeah.
All right. Thank you so much, Emile, for joining me today.
Pleasure.
Enjoyed this conversation.
Yeah.
And to access all the CyberRisk TV content from Zero Trust World 2025, you can visit securityweekly.com/ZTW. Stick around. We'll be back in a bit with more interviews. I think we've got one more interview today. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Adrian.
already just walked up. I'm going to talk to him.
Like if there's just one in the middle that like you guys can just kind of keep on like a scroll for what you're looking at or whatever, that might be.
I agree.
That might be easiest.
And if it's only an hour, and we're going to talk about
Zero trust, well, it's not going to be too much new stuff.
right.
So.
I figured like we already posted quite a few.
I did get the show notes on the website to work, so you guys are going to have to use internal probably. I reached out to Andrew, but it's not working. Hear me? Sweet. 16 minutes on the clock. Test baby, 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm using the video uploader. The Wi-Fi is not working as well from in here as it was out there because I'm on the back side of the pop-up Wi-Fi right now.
Hey, yeah, this is the other mic. Hey, yeah, this is. Hey, yeah, this is the other mic. 2, check 2. Hey, 2.
And welcome to Paul's Security Weekly. This week, the hosts discuss North Korean laptop farms, chip maker patch Tuesday, Red Mike, and our initial takeaways from Zero Trust World. All that and more on this episode of Paul's Security Weekly. Coming to you from Zero Trust World in Orlando, Florida, this is Paul's Security Weekly number 862. 862, oh my word. Being recorded on February 19th, 2025, and airing February 20th, 2025 as well. And we're also coming to you live for something new and different. I'm your host this week, Mr. Larry Pesci, and I am being joined from left to right, Mr. Lee Neely in the flesh.
Yeah, good to be in the flesh with these guys. It's been a while.
And we also have Miss Mandy Logan.
Well, thank you. And it's fantastic to be together. And we've never recorded actually all of us at one table. This is new.
Yes, it is. Well, I mean, some of us have, but...
Well, I guess in the studio, right.
In the studio, or it's been a long time since
I never did.
Yeah, it's been a long time since we've been at an actual conference doing this, too. And
we've popped her cherry.
Last but not least... Wow. This is how this is going to go. All right.
Okay.
Last but not least,
I'm glad
Mr. Jeff Mann.
corporate execs are off doing something else, right?
As far as I'm concerned, this is Larry's Security Weekly this week.
I mean, isn't it?
I'm glad we're inside.
Isn't it always?
It's
yeah.
really raining right now.
Oh man. Yeah, I was over in my hotel room just a few minutes ago, and I had to run through the pouring rain, and so I'm a little wet. But
you look amazingly dry.
I put on a sweatshirt and a jacket and stayed reasonably dry.
Cool.
But the pants, not so much. Whatever. We're here. We're having fun. That's all that matters.
That's why the table's there.
All right.
Skirt, hopefully.
Hey, before we get into it, we have one announcement. Security Weekly listeners can save $100 on their RSA Conference 2025 full conference pass. RSA Conference will take place April 28th to May. To register using our discount code, please visit securityweekly.com/RSAC25 and use the code 5U5SECWeekly. Hope to see you there.
That's the letter U, not Y-O-U,
yes,
but
the letter U. Yep.
5U5.
Yeah, it's elite speak for sus. 5U5, right? I guess.
That's very true.
That's
I was trying to figure out what they were going for.
I had no idea.
Cool.
At least they weren't offering 15% off the pen test curriculum. That happened to a company that I know and Lee has participated in before, and the discount code was PEN15. Guys, you might want to rethink that.
Perhaps they didn't think this through.
No, they didn't.
Good times.
All right, hey, so digging right into it, we're clearly here at Zero Trust World, and we've been graciously invited by our hosts and been doing all sorts of fun interviews and all that type of stuff. So wanted to get everyone's sort of take on Zero Trust World. I mean, I think none of us had ever been.
I've heard and I'm experiencing on my own that for a vendor conference, this is much more manageable, which I agree. The size-wise is kind of like, we would remember like a DerbyCon or a ShmooCon.
Yep.
So much more manageable in terms of the people. It seems like most of the vendors are supporting not necessarily end clients, but a lot of MSPs, I was just having a conversation. I don't remember the name of the vendor and probably shouldn't promote it on air anyway, but they were talking about what they do in terms of IT things and basically securing all the IT things. And they were like, well, we kind of do a lot of the security stuff before security. I'm like, so you kind of do a lot of the securing of the things before security kicks in. And that's, to me, the big takeaway of that's what the focus is here. That's what the attendees seem to be, mostly IT folks that are trying to wrestle all that stuff that we always lament week in and week out that isn't getting done before you ever get to catching the bad guys and detecting things in your network.
Interesting.
So I'm encouraged by that there's a lot of focus, especially MSPs tend to be focused more on SMBs, not a lot of enterprise talk. It's a lot of SMP. How can we help you? We're here. We're human. which I kind of like. So thank you, ThreatLocker, for letting us be here. Personal thank you from Jeff Mann, which I don't give out easily.
Now, so not only do they have sort of our vendor area and sort of mingle space and so forth for all the various vendors, and the vendors also, there's another podcaster here as well. They've got some recording space for other media folks to do their recordings with some book time, and of course we've got our space here. But they're also doing workshops.
Yes.
And they have a bunch of talks, and they have at least one talk track. Did anybody
I think there's
make it?
4 talk tracks. I've gone into some of the hacking labs, and I only got to participate in one, and that was the Rubber Ducky lab so far. I was going to say for those considering attending that I think the ease of use, like the coordination efforts for everybody at Zero Trust World, I've been really impressed with. And I think the setup, the layout, even the food management, all of the things that are provided, it reminds me of RVASec, aside from Derby and from CactusCon and things around that side. I personally found at least 80% of the talks to be extremely intriguing, and I would like to have gotten the chance to attend. I believe they are also streaming. I'm going to guess that they may be available.
Some of them are recorded, yes.
Some are recorded.
Notes on the ones that are not.
Yeah, there are a few that were not recorded. The other thing this morning I found very interesting, getting over here about 7:45, were the amount of practitioners lined up for the Cyber Hero certification exam. And there had been a final prep course yesterday, and then they were doing the Cyber Hero examinations through today and tomorrow, and I was actually really impressed that at 7:45 there were probably 200 people lined up to do the exam.
Any idea what the Cyber Hero exam is?
What is that?
No, I'm trying to understand. I took it to be like a power user of ThreatLocker.
Yeah, that's what I was kind of figuring too.
Yeah, I'd read up a little bit on it prior to coming here, and it seemed to be training or testing, I guess, on how well they use the ThreatLocker
power
suite
type
of
stuff.
tools.
Well,
Very cool.
I mean, ThreatLocker's got their A team here. We visited with some of them, and they.
Yes.
I think they've got the whole company here. I have no
I
idea
would
what the
not.
size
So I didn't
is.
want to assume that, but when we've had questions, it's like they've sent somebody over that is like the person.
Yep.
That has been one of the highlights of my day so far, is talking with the special projects teams and getting to talk about the technical sides.
Yeah, and Mandy, you were introducing us to some of the special projects teams, and I've got to go follow up because I've got some questions because in the wireless world where I've been living for SANS a lot, we start talking about endpoint protection and where ThreatLocker kind of starts to excel. Endpoint protection for Wi-Fi is almost unheard of, just because of where sort of Wi-Fi lives in the various kernel spaces and user land, and a lot of times threat detection and endpoint protection was always sort of more in user space, where Wi-Fi interaction from all the wireless attacks are in kernel space. So sort of never the twain shall meet. So we've never been able to find a really good threat detection endpoint protection suite for your desktops, your laptops, that would take into consideration wireless attacks. We could do all in memory and on disk and traditional wired network, but now so much of the time we're having that delivery via Wi-Fi. Sure, once it gets up to layer 3, IP layer, it becomes a lot easier because it's the same whether it's Ethernet or Wi-Fi, but when you start talking Wi-Fi related attacks, how do they deal with that? And how do they have an approach to that?
I think it'd be a really interesting conversation, because in the conversations I was having with their guys, I mean, they actually have white papers on their KB side that you can read. I mean, they're open to anybody. But on the marketing side of their webpage, they kind of short sell their offering. They actually have got a lot more there than there. And
on which part did you?
Well, like remember when we were looking this morning,
right?
And we kind of got this overview, and you're like, you were
you mean on
drilling
those 10 points from 2024,
well,
the top community points?
And when I was looking on the what does ThreatLocker offer, it was kind of like, it was a cool overview. What we really wanted, where's the beef?
True.
You found the beef through the white paper on those points.
Yes,
and then
comparing
when
the ISO 27001 versus the Australian Essential 8, and
That's
looking
it.
at the white paper through that.
What she said. Nerds. Nerds. I'm surrounded by nerds. It's wonderful.
Yeah.
So and I
Jeff,
was
PCI.
Yeah.
There
is no alcohol in
I
reach.
have yet to approach anybody from ThreatLocker to ask them what they do for PCI, but I have been asking.
What are you
I know
doing here?
I'm slacking. I realize.
Do you know who you are anymore?
Well-
Do you get like south of Georgia and you just don't know who you are?
No, it's not that. But I was asking some of the vendors, especially since they were catering to MSPs, and you know, again, they're doing a lot of those IT functions that are necessarily part of PCI, and you know, presumably they're doing it on behalf of clients. I did have one interesting conversation, sort of
And
related.
only one interesting conversation.
One of the
He was
interesting
tapped out for the day after
conversations
that.
I had was one of the vendors. They have on their banner something about compliance. I'm like, oh, tell me about compliance. And so they started explaining to me. I said, well, don't you mean security? And he's like, well, no, it's two different things. And they were describing compliance because it's meeting some sort of regulatory standard or framework as being a higher bar than just doing security. And I found that fascinating because most of the rest of us that say that oft overwrought phrase, compliance does not equal security.
Right. Compliance.
Say, well, it's security, and then compliance is just the bare minimum type of thing.
Yeah.
But this guy was different, and I'm like, yeah, that's really interesting.
Huh. That is kind of.
That is neat.
I'm not disagreeing with him, by the way. I think he's much more on point, because if you're not following some sort of measuring stick, which is what compliance is at the end of the day, how do you know you're doing any of the things that you need to be doing?
It's a really great point, Jeff. Like, yeah, maybe we need to rethink some of that.
Maybe.
Or not.
Now's probably when I should mention the reason I'm in Florida is I'm leaving Orlando tomorrow to head over to Miami. I was invited to be the keynote for the ISACA South Florida, their annual conference, which they call the WOW Conference. And one of the reasons why I haven't had a chance to talk PCI today is I've been feverishly putting together my slide deck. Familiar story for those of you speaking.
We've all been there.
Wait, this isn't 2 hours before the keynote, so
Well,
what are you doing?
They wanted me to send them yesterday, and I'm like, yeah, that's not going to happen.
Yeah.
But one of the things I'm doing, my talk is called The State of Cyber, and then Cyber Scratched Out, Information Security Today. So it's sort of a greatest hits of several other talks that I've given, starting with this past year I was going around using a slide deck from the early days of me being out in the private sector, a 1998 slide deck.
Oh, wow.
This is what's right and wrong about security. This is why you need to think about it as an organization. And of course, back in those days, all we were trying to do was get people to buy a firewall, because that's pretty much all there was back then.
Yep. And please tell me you kept the same formatting from those decks.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. I just copied and pasted them, and I actually used that slide deck 10 years ago at an ISSA talk, and I hid them. The content was the same, but I put it in the context, and I went through all of it, watched everybody nodding their heads, saying, yeah, this is it. And then I said, oh, by the way, this slide deck, 10 years ago, it was only, do the math, 17 years old.
Oh.
Now it's 27 years old. And it still pretty much stands today.
That's crazy.
But what's new in my talk is that I'm trying to put together some talking points of things that just irritate me and I don't think help move the ball forward. Things like compliance does not equal
really
security.
grinds Jeff's gears?
Yeah, there's a lot.
So
actually, zero trust is one of the things on my list.
I was going to say,
How did I know that?
How did you know?
I'm curious on everyone's take on using denial by default instead of zero trust.
Yeah, default deny.
Yeah.
That's a little more what we're going after. And actually, it was something we came out this morning in the conversations.
With David from ThreatLocker, we did discuss that.
I've made no secret. I don't like the phrase zero trust.
Right.
I like what people are trying to do with zero trust. I just hate the term zero trust. It doesn't doesn't work for me. But and
well,
that's what he said. That's when he came. He said, "How about default deny?" And I thought, "Hey, wait, that's way better."
Right.
I did go around and I didn't ask every vendor, but I just asked them on my second pass. So what is zero trust? And of course, they immediately jumped into their product pitch. I'm like, no. define zero trust. What is it? And I started getting a variety of answers.
You're that guy. You're that guy.
I am that guy.
I love that.
Well,
Well, you remind me of Mike Poor back in the day when Sands used to have the sort of the trade shows at night and stuff, and he would go in and take a bunch of students and would ask vendors brutal questions and see what the sales drones would come up with for stupid answers. And it was a great show.
Well,
it was.
And I'm not trying to trip anybody. I said I said there's no right or wrong answer. I'm not trying to trip you up. It's not a trick question. I'm just curious on your company's take on zero trust, since you're here at this thing called Zero Trust World.
Yep.
I'm just trying to get how people define it.
Yeah.
And of course, as you can imagine, I've gotten a variety of answers that sort of encapsulate why we don't like zero trust as a phrase.
Yeah.
Well, and what I found when I was talking to the ThreatLocker guys is they actually, on the surface of what I was reading, looked like they were missing the mark on zero trust. But when you started talking to the tags, they actually have a lot more underneath there. And I think if you get the right person on some of these vendors, they probably have more of a story than the marketing guy or gal knows to tell. But you got to start somewhere. And so it was a really great conversation. It's why I didn't go to some sessions, because we were just having a lot of fun.
I know, we got so deeply into certain things and things that are proprietary to ThreatLocker's products, like the ring fencing and what was it called when you have the 1 week where they allow...
When it's learning.
It's the learning week, right? I can't remember the exact name of it.
Yeah, but because they have, their model is, you've got only allowed apps launching, and most in the past it's like you had to kind of hand figure. They said, no, we have a learning mode. You run it for a week. If it builds a database of what you run.
Builds baseline.
But it automatically
that word baseline.
Baseline. Because it automatically creates the allow listing instead of, like, my understanding with other endpoint services is you have to go in. I want this allowed. I want this allowed at this time. I want this. And with ThreatLocker, you don't have to.
And they created a comic book, so even I can understand it. Which is cool. Actually, the artist who did the comic book is apparently really, really cool.
Sort of a friend of Paul's Security Weekly, going back to 2018 or 19 at Black Hat.
Yeah, somebody pulled a name out of their.
Gary Berman.
Gary Berman.
Gary Berman.
Right.
Yeah.
I was just impressed by the comic book. It was just like, this is really cool.
Yep.
Then I started getting hearing about who Gary was. It's like, this is doubly cool.
Yeah, he has an interesting story. I was talking to him last night that he won't tell me. He's like, I can't tell you my story, but it's a really cool story. I'm like, okay, if you say so.
Okay, sure.
Damn it.
With all that build up, right? Oh, man.
Yeah.
Man.
So
some general impressions that I had. I kind of didn't know what to expect walking in here, knowing that it was a vendor conference. But to me, it's like a vendor conference, but it seems like kind of a little bit like an old school user conference with some expanded knowledge transfer through some of their talks and through some of the workshops and so forth. So I think that's kind of blown my mind. I think the last user conference I went to was almost 30 years ago, and it was like some obscure medical system that we had to support, and they said I needed to go to it because I was supporting that on the network and not really involved, so kind of was maybe a little lost on me. But there was all of 60 people at this conference, and it was one day, and they served you lunch.
Right.
I heard there was registration somewhere over 900 people here, and I'd
Oh, that's
believe
all?
When
I
I
honestly thought it was higher.
when I went in that keynote, it felt like a lot.
Right.
Okay? It was.
I mean, I could.
That's
I
when
could
I've
be
gone through the
completely
rooms
wrong.
and the labs.
You probably got a preliminary number.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe.
But
Yeah, they might have people showing up. I went to a users conference, I guess, prior to COVID. Again, I won't say the name of the vendor, but they, in their user conference, there was a very distinct culture that they were building or had built, and you had to kind of know the shtick and know the routine and know the lingo. I haven't picked up on any of that here.
Yeah,
they
I
seem
agree.
a lot of people here seem to be really excited, talking about how much they're learning, how much they're being exposed to. And again, from what I can tell, primarily IT folks that have some level of responsibility for securing things.
Yeah. This is not a hacker
I agree.
con.
It's not a HackerCon.
It is not a HackerCon, but in contrasting with my most recent other user conference, which was larger. I'm going to guess 3,000 to 4,000.
Okay.
This carries a much, I feel like almost a more accessible nature to, hey, this is what we have, this is what we do. And I'm curious if that's partly because the co-founder and current CEO comes directly from the tech side and is still incredibly involved in the tech side.
Right.
Could be.
And the size helps too. I mean, the difference between, say, under 1,000 or less versus 4,000 is a huge difference in terms of access to whoever you want to talk to.
True.
I mean, but it actually feels the good energy in here. I mean, it doesn't feel crowded or rushed or any of those things. And
everybody seems friendly and eager to learn. And I kind of didn't expect to see anybody here that I knew aside from the Security Weekly crew. I was wrong.
Yeah.
Really?
In a good way, yeah.
Yeah, I've run into
Same,
a couple
I've run
people.
into.
Yep.
Or at least faces I recognize, then I go up and start talking to them and figure out where do we know each other from. Well, Gary being one of them.
Yep.
Yeah. He stood up behind me last night. I was sitting at the opening reception, and I recognized him upside down.
Nice.
You know.
Nice. So, like, I totally didn't expect to run into G. Mark Hardy here. But I saw G. Mark yesterday coming out of the elevator and ran into him and talked to him a little bit again today. And was it Sean, and I can't remember where Sean is from, one of the industry analysts that I met at RSA. Didn't expect to see him here, and well, he's an industry analyst, so why wouldn't he be here, type of thing. So.
I several other podcasters, but we don't need to promote them on air.
Oh, come on.
But they're friends. They're still our brethren.
Yeah,
right
sister.
now.
There's plenty of bandwidth to go around, Jeff.
Yes.
It doesn't seem that way sometimes.
But I learned something talking to the vendors that had nothing to do with Zero Trust. I didn't realize that CompTIA had split off their certification business. They sold it off.
I did over here that
there's a
at
group here
distance,
called
one of the
GTIA.org.
Yep, and they're like the rebranding of CompTIA.
Yeah, and
It's
nice
GTA?
guy actually.
GTIA.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Golf Tango India Alpha for those
And like I
retired
said, I had
military
no
out there.
clue. I mean, I used to get CompTIA's smart brief in my work email every day, and it sometimes had cool stuff, sometimes it's DBR, but whatever.
And now you don't get work email anymore.
Yes. And yet he's still here.
I know. Well,
doing it for the passion.
Hey, you got to do your passion.
And the
Otherwise
free
you
trip
die.
to Orlando didn't suck either.
No.
No, well, I'm curious on your take. Do you feel that people are nicer here because we're around all the Disney properties?
I don't think so.
No?
No,
You don't think it's the influence of the Magic Kingdom?
No.
Okay.
No, because I know there are people here that, you know.
I thought I saw Tinkerbell earlier spreading a little fairy dust, though, so maybe.
Really?
No, not
That was our production.
That was our production.
We bring our
All
own
right.
Tinkerbell with us.
Yes.
Clearly, I didn't get any of this pixie dust before the show. Oh, wait. Wrong. Never mind.
You're using that word. I don't think that word means what you think it does.
means,
Yes.
exactly.
Yes.
That's a slide in my talk.
Angel. Wait, no. Never mind.
Yes,
Moving along.
Oh, that reminds me. Do you remember when you used to grab the acetate from old talks and slide them together to make a new talk into physical slides?
On the overhead projector?
I don't think I ever did a talk with
that.
one of those.
Yeah.
I used to have a library, like a shelf full of them, and I would be pulling.
That is an ancient memory. I did see Cliff Stahl do a keynote several years ago, and he was using an overhead projector, with the clear acetate slides.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
And I'm like,
by the way,
that's
none
amazing.
of those slides I did 30 years ago exist anymore physically.
Okay.
But it was actually it's probably just as well if I were to actually see what they are instead of my memory, which is jaded. They're probably not as cool as I think they are.
I bet they are a very sad loss to the world.
Yes.
Thank you.
I'm sure. The Earth cries.
And it's only because it's plastic.
Yeah.
The Earth will cry for
What'd you
millions
do
of
with
years.
my slide?
Yeah,
Lee contributing to microplastics and everything. Thanks, Lee.
Thanks, Lee. Yes.
I know. I'll be doing penance. I'll do a bunch of recycling later. It's okay.
Okay.
All right. Good. So anything else on Zero Trust World, or should we move into a little bit of news? We're only scheduled for an hour show this week.
I think we've given them a good run, good talk about. I mean, I'm looking forward to.
There's clearly some more of the
more
conference to go. A full day tomorrow, and like
and
half
an
day
after
Friday.
party that's a costume.
That's right.
Favorite, what was it Marvel or DC? I forget which.
It's just comic book.
Superhero.
No, but I
Comic
saw
book.
something that said Marvel, I think. But
Well,
really?
they have
Probably a
an
marketing
Iron
person.
Man costume over at the ThreatLocker.
But
Yeah.
that's
Well, there's a
largely
giveaway
related to
for that,
Gary and
too.
the comic book, so they're doing a
So
comic book
definitely
theme
comic book.
out.
Cyber
and I
heroes.
saw the cyber hero. So I saw more of a superhero, and of course, being limited on time and so forth for getting a costume. Well, my costume is questionable in the superhero realm, but definitely in my opinion, a hero. And,
Does this mean that we're a cadre? Is that word cadre? Cadre of heroes.
Ooh,
Cauldron?
Ooh, yes, we are.
Yes.
A bevy?
No.
I don't know.
So, what do we want to talk about on the news? I mean,
Yeah. Well,
we got a bunch.
We highlighted a couple of things at the beginning of the show, and
Should
you know what
probably
really
cover
grinds my
those.
gears? When Paul references a bunch of those at the beginning of the show, and we don't cover
And
them.
we
don't
never, I
talk
agree.
I hope you remember what you referenced because I don't.
Yep,
Well,
right here.
my hope is
it
that.
written down in
I
his
have it written
notes?
down. North Korean laptop farms. The woman that got
Yes,
arrested.
please. The one is that the one in Arizona?
Yes, you want to
Same one. Was there updates?
Let's talk about it.
Okay.
So what happened with this? The title was a woman was arrested in somewhere for running a laptop farm for North Koreans.
That was my number 3.
Lee's
And
number
what she's
3.
doing is she was getting stolen identities to Korean workers, who then were effectively remotely working. She was funneling their paycheck, which was turned out to be about $17 million with an M, through going there, and so they do an interview, but it's not the person they interviewed. They're not in this country working, but the company sends the laptop to them. They're doing it under the guise of a temporary services. And I'm trying to think of a contemporary company that offers this, but all I can come up with is the old reference. You remember the Kelly girls that would provide you staff when you needed them? I know they're more than that, but I'm old.
So like staff aug type of.
Yeah, exactly.
Man
So
tech,
that's the kind of.
something
So
like
it's
that.
like you're augmenting staff. Here are these folks. You don't realize, and you never see them physically. So they're not checking their identities thoroughly. They're not. They're remoting into the company laptop, which. That should be.
Was the concern simply that they were doing this illegally in terms of illegal workers, or were they suspected
treason.
of
I think it's a little bit of all of it,
enhancements being added to the
I think it's
laptop?
probably. I mean, I
All
think
the
probably
above.
the arresting was about the illegality of the stolen identities, the misreporting of stuff to the IRS, and
Yep.
yes,
money laundering.
Money laundering.
Money laundering was well when we covered it originally when the arrest was made, because now she's pleading guilty, but I think we covered it about a year ago, maybe more, when the arrest was originally made.
Wow, okay.
And thinking back on that time period, I believe it was also evidence of creating all of the fake profiles on LinkedIn, creating completely fake identities, the laundering, and it somehow I think had Ukraine ties.
Oof.
That part of the laundering and the millions of dollars in pay that was working. I don't remember all of it, but I thought it was.
That's ringing a bell. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. And what struck me is this is just a few weeks ago, I saw a presentation from Entrust, and this is not turning this into a product, about what they're doing in terms of identity validation and the available. You're not only doing aliveness checks, but like when they do a driver's license as an, there are 40,000 checks done on that before you get to connect to the bureau that issues it and see if it's legit or whether it's passport. So there's a whole bunch of crap you can do to make sure that's really Jeff trying to be Jeff. But it's all really new, and I'm not sure we're doing it yet. So I'm like going.
Wait, where were you getting that from?
Well, this person.
Your
was
dream? No, no. Where was it coming from?
Oh, no wonder. No. So what happened is for my love you too, Mandy. For my ISSA Boise chapter, we had a speaker last month that was from Entrust to talk about their identity management stuff. And what he talked about is where they are in terms of the state of identity verification. And I know this is not just them. It's just like, if you haven't looked at what's possible, you should, because it's like the bar's gone like way up. And I'm thinking you need shit like that to really make sure it's who they're supposed to be. whether it's for hiring or just issuing in a credential.
Which is interesting to tie it back briefly to zero trust, because one of the definitions was don't trust any of the data that you're accessing, and one vendor was talking about how they help to use old-fashioned words, authenticate and authorize individuals to have access to data, objects, technology, and so on and so forth. But the data elements that we grew up on, Lee, name, address, phone number, bank account, credit card number, they pale in comparison to the type of data now that's available that is being captured. I'm sure Entrust knows more about me than I do, and how to verify me.
Or they've got connections to agencies that do.
As well as many other agencies and organizations and companies.
I recently went through the experience for, in order to go to the UK now, you have to get a UK visa.
Yep, even if you're only transitioning.
Only transitioning.
Oh, really?
So we went through that, and they have a mobile app for that. And you upload your passport. It does a face scan for aliveness, and then you take a picture, and it's comparing all these things with other data it's able to access. I had to take the picture like 5 times before I passed. I finally had my wife take the. Yeah,
Did you have to make different expressions?
They didn't like my middle finger. I don't understand.
Well, I just wonder, I mean, are they looking for you to smile, and teeth are a part of the things that
sometimes
they're
they require
capturing?
that you do a specific pose so they know that it is
it was,
second.
it's supposed to be like from here up kind of
So you were voguing.
Yeah, with nothing behind you and all this stuff. Finally, I just had Shelley take the picture. And when it came her turn, we skipped the selfie and went straight to take the picture, and that she passed the first time. But then again, if you know my wife, this is no surprise.
That reminds me of a short film I watched recently that was a woman who learned she was a robot because she couldn't pass the CAPTCHA. It was a really good short film.
We should go to another story.
and here we are having robots actually pass CAPTCHAs, right? Because they take the pencil and they click the button, right? That's hilarious. Oh, man. All right, moving along. In any case, I think this one was kind of fascinating, and that was some of my questions. Was around some of the checks, like how are they validating these people, and how are they getting them to work, and like this woman has like 17 jobs.
Well, and actually, it failed to validate. It only worked in the private sector. In the public sector, the government checks said.
Yep.
They had each tried like 3 different times with different agencies, it says, and weren't able to get through.
Yep.
And I think that's what did them in.
But it did say the North Koreans were able to gain employment at several Fortune 500 companies, including a top 5 major television network, a Silicon Valley technology company, an aerospace and defense company, an American car manufacturer, a luxury retail store, and a U.S. Hallmark media and entertainment company.
When you put it that way, now I'm remembering that story.
Right?
Yeah, all of those places where it would be very interesting to have North Koreans infiltrate.
Yes.
Plus, they earned like $17 million. Some are being paid individually $300,000 for.
Yep.
Damn, I'm in the wrong business.
Putting all that money into North Korea, where there's embargoes and all that type of stuff. So that's. Yeah. So one of the other stories we mentioned at the lead-in here was the chipmaker Patch Tuesday. Lee, this is another story of yours because you did all the work this week.
Aren't they all Lee's stories?
He's not just
I
have 2 of Larry's.
I have two of them in there. One of them is kind of fun, and the other one was not.
So the Intel, AMD, and NVIDIA each released security advisories on the 11th. That's last Tuesday. Several critical flaws, some in the baseband management controllers, BMCs.
Yep.
And AMD had like 11 advisories. There's a few CVEs out there, and from NVIDIA. And the reason I picked this story for us is because we've spent so much time talking about firmware updates and keeping that. I mean, I was more interested in, we could drill down on these vulnerabilities. Many folks have a rigor systems. If you don't, it's like you could.
You don't.
So yeah. Sometimes. This is like, how is
I like it that she's.
So back to normal when Paul brings this show up, we can go, sorry, we covered it last week. Next.
Yep.
Sorry,
Moving right
no
along.
firmware. We'll just
right
go
along.
quiet. No firmware.
Yeah, no.
Either that or tune in next week, and Paul will do his thing to this,
in
this
fact,
topic.
I will highly suggest that we do carry this one over for next week, so
Sounds
Paul
good.
can comment too, because it's definitely right in his wheelhouse. I know he's been working on some BMC stuff.
Yeah.
And this is right in totally in his wheelhouse as well. So expect this one to come up again next week.
As proxy for Paul, I'm just going to say ESP32.
And UEFI.
There we go. Because I was going to say UEFI is in the article somewhere.
And
because Paul.
And
I mean, come on.
PCI, right, Jeff? Right?
Oh,
yeah,
Well,
PCI.
them all out there.
Yeah.
Right.
But like I said, we could do a whole show just on keeping your firmware updated and what's going on with that.
Yeah,
but not today.
And so Lee, bring up this comment about like how are you doing your firmware updates and all those types of things. And I was hearing a story last week, and it was one of those folks in a person in an organization responsible for securing all of their infrastructure, and I want to say it was OT, critical infrastructure type environment. And they were able to do updates to like firmware on networking gear, but they had a total of 8 minutes a quarter. They could have 8 minutes of downtime.
Whoa.
And they would have to do the updates, and at the 5-minute mark, if it had not succeeded, they had to roll back.
They're backing it out.
5 minutes, and I'm thinking it was a longer period of time than you'd think. Like it wasn't 8 minutes a week, it wasn't 8 minutes a month, it was like 8 minutes a quarter, if not maybe every 6 months that they got to do this.
Wait, and recover the key points on that?
So, person in an organization that was responsible for doing security.
Do you know size of organization?
I don't off the top of my head.
Okay.
But was had to do.
Just say
updates.
enterprise.
Yeah,
Enterprise.
Yeah, it was. I believe it was in a critical infrastructure, like ICS/OT type of environment, and they had a total of their outage window to be able to perform firmware updates was 8 minutes every quarter.
Well,
8 minutes.
Yeah, that's not a lot.
Go update your firmware on your
Which
Cisco
is
router.
actually
in 8 minutes.
very generous compared to some of the companies I've worked with in the past that want 100% uptime.
Yeah,
right.
And they don't want to ever bring anything down.
Maybe once a year a window. Maybe
not even, but
How do
they
you
generally
coordinate all
did
the
some sort
assets,
of
though?
rolling thing.
Exactly.
One at a time.
Mind-boggling.
I am confuddled.
No, it's fair. It's totally fair.
I think you got a little of that on me.
I am.
When you just confuddled.
I'm confuddled. I'm sorry.
I will see if I can. I'll do. I have a way to ask about the story because so it was a story in Sec 401 from Brian Simon.
Oh.
Because I'm doing my master's program and the first course is Sec 401, intro to security basically, and I'm like. But Brian's really engaging, and he says he does a lot of cyber dad jokes, and he's right.
Good. That makes it much better.
But that was like, I didn't think I was going to be engaged in Sec 401. I'm like, this is so beyond me. But I got, like, that story came up, and I'm like, hey, that stuck with me.
Yeah.
Like, that's some of the value in having some of that personal experience in some of those types of classes.
I've got a cyber grandpa joke.
Yeah?
When the plane was coming in for a landing yesterday, my wife was with me, by the way, which is really cool. I said to her, hey, we're starting to come down and we're going to a conference, so we're condescending.
Oh. Wow. But, I got myself a senior's GPS. Not only does it tell me where it's going, it's telling me what I was going to do when I get there.
I need that.
Door disease is a thing.
Can they make that for inside the house?
Yeah.
It can tell me how to get there and what I was going to do when I get there.
We need that. Okay, if that was integrated into like Google Vision, the Google Glasses or something, and it literally just continued keeping you pointed on what you were actually going to do, I like that.
Yeah. I'd still need more reminders. Like, pointing to the refrigerator. Okay, what now? I'm here at the refrigerator. What was I supposed to get?
Oh.
And Jeff, I would condescend to slap you over that joke, but this is being recorded.
Well, you confuddled me, I condescended you, so we're even.
Well,
I'm complexed.
We had
Next story.
There was a horrifying vision that somebody was telling me that disco is coming back. At first, I was afraid, I was petrified.
That'd be funny if you weren't reading it from your phone, Lee. Just gonna say.
And our resident expert musician over here did not approve in production.
No. All right, what was the other story we had listed in the news, and then we'll pick up what we got from there. The other one was Red Mike.
Oh, yeah.
I hadn't heard of Red
number?
Mike, and Red Mike is what, Salt Typhoon?
Yep.
This one was, I thought this one was kind of interesting because we talked Salt Typhoon a whole bunch, and some of that stuff I need to recuse myself from. But this one was some recent observations of Salt Typhoon exploiting unpatched internet-facing Cisco devices associated with global telecommunications providers.
Yeah. And
They were all associated with universities?
No, these are telecommunications. So like your
Oh,
AT&Ts, your
okay.
Verizons. I see these are the, what do they call that? Carrier grade routers. The ones that are supposed to be like never down. And I'm thinking unpatched. I mean, think about it. We just talked about 2 minutes ago the no window to patch. And I'm also thinking how many. I mean, we really should be keeping all our perimeter stuff number one patch, but nobody wants downtime on their perimeter devices. And some have gone and some folks have HA, but have they done a failover? Because it's not entirely invisible when you fail over with your perimeter routers and stuff.
Thanks, Lee. You just gave me, I have a slide in my talk that I'm giving in 2 days that are just words that bug me, and I need to add should.
You're welcome. I'll send you a bill.
All right, very good.
So a couple of things that drive me nuts about this article a little bit is now the insect group.
Insect? Yes, that's what I was just reading too.
Insect group calls this Red Mike, which is also Salt Typhoon, which is also known as Covert Network something, maybe also Quad 7.
Do any of them have logos, or did we get over that?
No, they don't have logos.
That's something
Do they
else
have
I
a
need
theme
to add in
song?
my talk is
No,
logo.
they don't.
No?
Do they have swag?
I hope so.
I mean, we could get swag, but
Make
like,
swag.
here we go again with the naming and yeah. So the vulnerability was found in the web UI in Cisco iOS XE software.
You were right.
Used it to gain root privileges and then reconfigured the device to create a GRE tunnel to maintain access. That's old school.
That is really old school. Wow.
Everything old is new again?
Yeah, but the thoughts here are like, could we detect a new GRE tunnel spooling up from our network devices? Yep. I mean, I suppose it just matters where we have that instrumentation.
Correct.
Right?
Can you quickly summarize GRE tunneling?
Effectively, the ability for us to create a VPN.
Okay.
So specific network traffic would traverse over specific tunnels like a VPN. It's been so long since I did a GRE tunnel that it's,
But back in the day, there was typically implicit trust on where the tunnel was originating.
Yep.
Okay.
And so, a very common attack would be to, if you got into some place, set up a tunnel out, and it would be trusted out because why wouldn't it be trusted? It's starting on the inside.
Well, when they started, was it usually individual to individual?
Device
not necessarily
device to device.
Yeah. Okay, so it not necessarily. I was conceptualizing it as, this individual decided to try this and did it with one other nerd.
I mean,
instead of individual, replace nerd with router.
Okay.
And
okay.
You'd still be accurate. Yeah, you're effectively creating a tunnel of trust between two routers. That now, hey, all that traffic is there, so we're going to keep letting that traffic bypass all these other rules on the firewall because they're trusted by this tunnel. But now we just have other rules. Should we be doing GRE on our networks? It's a known method for establishing these tunnels with a network protocol.
Well, I mean, I'm just doing a quick search on GRE tunnels because it's been a long time. They are manual setup, point-to-point, non-encrypted. So probably not without adding an IPsec layer in there. You don't want to do them.
Yep.
And if you're trying to scale or do some automation, if it's manual and automation seem at odds with each other.
Yeah.
But then theoretically, if that's not your main way of doing things, one shows up, the alarm bell should start going off.
Right. And where would it be indicated in modern systems?
So you'd see that at like your edge router.
Okay.
So if you're doing something like IDS, IPS, monitoring your traffic inbound and outbound from the internet. So, traditional design for IDS would be you have a router, the internet, the internal, and the DMZ, and you have a sensor at all three of those points. So you could correlate, hey, new traffic coming in and or out from that router. Going out from that router, if that router all of a sudden established a new GRE tunnel, you could observe that outbound with that sensor, which is now unusual behavior because it doesn't meet your baseline.
Yeah, and I seem to recall the part of the appeal with GRE tunnels. This is an old memory, is that they were low overhead. They weren't expensive, which made them appealing for the network team because you aren't going to chew up the router trying to do this out of the tunnel.
Yeah, that sounds vaguely
it feels
like a memory.
It's been a hot minute, so I'm not positive, but I remember there was a talk at DEF CON more than a decade ago where they kind of pseudo got permission, but they hacked the entire DEF CON internet network, where they effectively compromised the Cisco router at the edge of the DEF CON network and created a GRE tunnel effectively for all of the traffic coming out of the DEF CON conference network to another place where they could intercept it and then sent it back so it would be going outbound of the DEF CON network. So they added effectively another hop. And I've used this attack as well. We many years ago did a pen test for a company that had default credentials on their external Cisco router, and we were able to create a GRE tunnel and created a GRE tunnel from their external to my basement through my, give you a date on this one, my PIX firewall.
Wow. Okay.
And the only reason I had a PIX firewall was because it had been retired from somewhere else and replaced with something more modern. So rerouted it through my PIX and then routed it back to them. So basically all of their internet traffic went through my basement.
So that's 2000s.
A little bit later. No, PIX was still around after the 2000s. This
seems to be when they were introduced and in their prime.
Yeah. So
okay,
you're
aging
right.
probably maybe up into the teens.
Thinking about that, it was prior to that. It was prior to that. So it's probably 13 years ago.
Okay.
So
I'll accept that answer.
We're talking old school attacks. Like we did that many years after the thing at DEF CON had happened, and that was 13 years ago. So Mandy looks like she has something to say.
Okay, so since I don't know about GRE, and we're looking it up, and Lee is helping me here with some resources, but so it's literally generic routing encapsulation. Okay.
Apparently.
And
you were reading it.
The reason why he hadn't told you what it stood for is because he didn't remember.
Actually, it's from the Cisco discussion group.
Oh, even better.
Yes, but I love how it literally says when we use GRE. GRE is used when packets need to be sent from one network to another over the internet.
Whoa.
That is the most generic.
No way. Dude.
Sounds a little TFTP to me.
I don't know. That sounds 1994 to me.
It sounds like something Spicoli would say.
Dude, the internet's in the computer? What?
Whoa.
Why don't we need AOL? I've got a computer.
You just put the disc in it, right? And then you got it all.
Yeah.
The
and
what?
then you can the disc.
The what?
The disc that you got in the mail.
The disc you got in the mail, right?
Yeah.
It would be a floppy disk, thank you.
I found
the time frame. No, it's a floppy disk.
I actually found some AOL online free CDs.
It's a floppy. You don't call it a disc. You call it a floppy.
Well, and I actually meant CD, so that was on me.
I know you meant CD, and I'm saying it was a floppy.
Yeah. So, Jeff, did you ever store your floppy disks on the refrigerator with a magnet?
No, I did not.
Did you make disco decorations out of them?
No, I still have quite a few of them in those little floppy containers.
3D printed save icons.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Kids.
Have you ever put your network?
There was
switches
one
in the
time
freezer?
I went out and bought a floppy drive that plugged into a USB port and copied all the floppy disks that I had, and wouldn't have filled up like a tenth of a DVD ROM drive.
Yep.
If you remember those, they came after CDs.
Yeah. How long ago did you do that?
That was probably 10 or 12 years
Okay, I was
ago.
going to
that
say,
I did that.
I would be curious if you did it now, like how much bit rot, like how many of those floppy disks actually still work.
I should try it sometime. I still have them, and I still have the drive.
Yeah, interesting.
See if they still work.
I might have an available USB port I could plug into.
You probably need a USB-C to USB-A adapter nowadays, though.
Yeah.
Well, it was funny, we're already all over the map, but
It's fine.
I was thinking about going somewhere in the last couple of weeks thinking, I really wish I could plug into maybe it was in my house. I was thinking I should try to plug into my wired network that is still in my house, because when we built our house, that was going to be newfangled and high tech. And I was like, does my laptop even have an Ethernet port?
Nope.
Nope.
Nope. This is why hubs are our
Probably
friends.
a USB adapter somewhere.
That's what I've got. Is USB adapters.
Same.
USB-C though is pretty damn fast. So.
Well, I'm just, because there's a lot of people in my house, I'm often struggling with bandwidth, and I can't go through a call or a recording, a PSW, without losing it for 30 seconds or so.
Yep.
And I was thinking, I wonder if plugging in hardwired would make any kind of a difference, whether it's the Wi-Fi.
Did you
rather than-
hardwire the Abe Lincoln cabin?
No.
It's supposed to
Not
be.
at all.
It's supposed to be Abe
I
Lincoln
thought.
on purpose.
That's what I thought.
No, when I'm out there broadcasting, I use a modem.
Okay.
You're right.
I'm absolutely right.
Yes.
You're
I
right.
mean,
What goes around comes around.
my work laptop, I had a wire to it, although most of the things in the house are wireless. But it's one of the few things that's actually on a hard wire to keep the bandwidth constant going there. And with my mesh, I wound up using a wired backhaul because it just stabilized the performance. That was what I did with the wires that were going through the walls. I used that for my backhaul.
Oh.
We're totally down the rabbit path on this.
But
one.
you're saying I should do it. I should.
we should try it.
I should get an adapter.
I had
That would
to
be cool.
I had to do some stuff the other day to do some recording for Sans, and they said, the laptop that you're going to do the recording with has to be plugged in via Ethernet because we get better reliability with Ethernet. To your point, Jeff. And I'm like, well, the problem is the studio where I'm going to do the recording is fed by a Wi-Fi mesh network, the Ubiquity network, and I don't have anything wired in the studio where I was doing this that needs anything Ethernet. It's all Wi-Fi to the mesh, which again goes down to the house. I'm like, I wonder. So I took the Ethernet out of the back of the access point and plugged it into the laptop. Wired connection.
Sweet.
And the backhaul was the mesh network. So
My mesh network, each of the nodes has an Ethernet port I can plug into if I. So I can. Yeah, here you go, hardwired.
Yep, exactly.
All right, so
I
find the
hardwire at least
adapter.
two.
Then I'll have to start digging for old Cat 5 cables.
Let me know. I
If
can
can
box
find it.
wolf and I'll send you
Sure.
some.
I do too,
There's
somewhere.
There's another place that has a whole bunch.
And
of
it's
them.
okay to use my 20-year-old Linksys router, right?
Totally. Yeah, just make sure it's patched enough to. Never mind. Yeah,
I'll plug it in to get the firmware updates first.
You want to talk about Move It?
Yeah, I was looking at Move It and like, I don't know. But so the only other story I had in there I thought was pretty fascinating, and I stumbled across this afternoon. And Adrian and Paul would probably be sort of all over this as well, because Lucas Henkel, no idea who that is developing a software-defined radio module that fits into the Framework 16 GPU module. So the Framework laptop is fully expandable, and I know Adrian has had one for years and loved it, and Paul has at least one now and multiple, and but he's building an SDR module to plug in to the laptop itself, so you can do some high bandwidth applications and so forth. Like
Gaming.
That's cool. Yeah,
That is cool.
yeah. Like a laptop company that has extensible hardware that they've opened the development for, so that you can develop your own modules for the laptop.
Not my area of expertise,
Me
but
either.
would that
But it
obviate
is-
the need for the NVIDIA card that's in high demand? And now suffering
Well, I mean,
tariffs
so this
and
one,
unavailable.
this one's software-defined radio, so wouldn't
Different.
change different applications. So you're doing radio as opposed to graphics.
Gotcha.
But my understanding is that the port that is being used would be for what they would normally use for the GPU expansion. So instead of using GPU expansion, they're putting another high bandwidth application of hardware in there for the software-defined radio. So,
do any of you have familiarity with Blender for the renderings? No. Well, I'm looking at the comments here, and
what are you using for your renderings? Blender. Yeah.
And he said Blender, and I like user Michael Matias said those renderings are so good they make me want to lick the screen.
Wow.
Nice. Yeah, so I am. I
Begs the question of what's on the screen.
I have heard of Blender. I have not used Blender, but 3D modeling software effectively, but really high resolution.
Okay.
So it sounds like there's cocktails being shaken behind us, and I'm jealous.
It's making me thirsty.
I'm jealous now. Yeah, exactly.
They're eating out dinner in a food line, so there's probably a bar set up somewhere out there.
Yeah, maybe. So do we have any other stories that we want to catch in the last 2 minutes here?
I don't.
Yeah.
I'm flying blind here today.
Lee? If not, I can ask a question from the blog post.
Do it.
Okay. Let me get back to this. So, this is from a blog post on ThreatLocker, and it was the top 10 ThreatLocker policies for 2025.
Yeah.
These were from the community that ranked, so the users that ranked what were the top policies. There's two in particular that I would like more information if you know of.
If only
how
we
this
were
is
someplace
handled.
where we could ask questions about this.
Yeah.
But Mandy wants to tell us about what the two are.
Tell us what the two are.
I'm going to tell you what the two are, and then I want you to tell me other solutions that you know of for this. So one is that with ThreatLocker, it monitors the Windows event log to determine if a computer has been rebooted from msconfig.
Okay.
Right.
Yep. So I mean, you could definitely do any sort of other event logging stuff. I know Windows event logs can be sent remotely for aggregation to do that stuff. What other security tools I would think about to do some of that? I'm drawing a blank.
Okay.
But
and we did earlier too. Like I don't have breadth of
there's other stuff
experience
out there.
you do. So
And wasn't the whole one of the things when you're booting from msconfig? It's like you're not only triggering reboot, but typically it's a reboot where the local device protection is being disabled.
well, it goes to safe mode, doesn't it?
Safe mode. Excuse me, safe
Right.
mode. That's it. That's what the two words I was missing. So it's kind of important to
you haven't
detect
done
that.
it in a while.
Right.
Yep. So yeah.
No kidding.
Right in, and we'll ask some other folks too. So what was the other one, Mandy?
The other one is it monitors the Windows event log and alerts if the computer is restarted using the system settings.exe.
Probably similar types of fashion. I mean, it's a reboot. There's something in the event log and triggering that there was a reboot, and by what tools?
And I'm thinking, if you're changing a system settings, it requires a reboot to activate it, and you didn't do the suppress reboot option, would kind of be a red flag. Because once again, you're changing probably a security setting. It's probably that threshold.
Hey, why did my computer just reboot? I mean, that's it. That's the user though, and the users are really bad at reporting stuff like that.
Seems to happen to me on a Wednesday.
Yeah. Well,
where the laptop just spontaneously reboots
while we're recording.
Right after Patch Tuesday.
Yep.
That's a PEBCAC.
Oh, okay.
Sorry.
So yeah, Mandy, great questions. I mean, what can you use aside from ThreatLocker to do those types of things? I know there's a whole bunch of event log monitoring stuff out there. I am drawing on a blank on any specific product or open source type of thing at the moment.
Well, when I talked to the special projects guys, I asked them the same thing, and they're like, "We actually don't know of anybody else that does it."
Oh.
And
this is kind of a cool
I'd be asking some of the fringe
Yeah.
vendors out there that are, tailoring to MSPs and trying to help
True.
them. I forget who they are, but they're like straight out there. There's one company there I
That way.
talked to.
I saw MSP on the sign, so it should be.
Well, and I talked to them a little bit. because one company said, we take all the hard parts about IT away from you and make it easy. I'm like, which ones? And he's like, well, the IT stuff. And he started rattling stuff off. I'm like, so like everything? He's like, yeah, we just do everything for you. I'm like, oh, that's cool.
Cool. Well, we're getting the flashing red light that we're over, and well, we started like 30 seconds late, but let's get it wrapped up, and that's it for this episode coming to you from Zero Trust World. Lee, why don't you take us out?
Over and out.